Mm. Ooh, I am back. I am back. I am back for another live show. It is currently 3:19 a.m. Bro, yesterday slash today has been a long, long day. So if I had to do some family errands. And first of all, I just want to say God is great. God is absolutely great. And, I always say here, like, no matter what you're going through, stay, just stay close to God, bro. Just stay close to God because at the end of the day, you still got to give all the thanks to God. And if you believe that God got you, God got you. It's just what it is. And I just want to say thank God before I start this live show. Thank God. Okay. All right. Thank you for tuning in. The title of today is Stream is Dream Big Dreams in Dream Big Dreams in America. Okay, Dream Big Dreams in America. Let me put the polls up right quick. Wow. See, Shelly, you are here. Thank you so much. Yes, I am absolutely late today, but I go live anytime I can. I always go live. I am sorry. This is a well, would we say early live show? I had to really do important things and, well, I'm here now. So let's do what we got to do. Okay. Let's do what we got to do. All right. I hope you're doing a wonderful, um, I hope you're doing wonderfully great where you are. And I hope you are safe where you are. And I just hope God got you. Okay. I hope God got you. And I pray God got you. All right. All right. Today we're going to start with the rally, the 45th. Some people say he might also be the 47th. He had a rally in Greensboro. Wow. I lived in Greensboro for like a year. And my girl went to school in Greensboro. Okay. So let's listen to the rally in Greensboro, North Carolina. And like it is 2 weeks away from the big day. Are you ready? Are you ready? Says you gotta be ready. You gotta be ready, man. All right, let's get it.
Oh, there's a nice crowd. Thank you. Well, a very special hello to Greensboro. Hello, Greensboro. And another hello to North Carolina, because I've been at North Carolina a lot lately, you've probably seen. I followed that horrible storm, and then I came back, and we spent a lot of time here yesterday, met some incredible people. What they've done is unbelievable. They haven't had much help from our government in Washington, I can tell you that. But come January 20th, when you take office, you're gonna be seeing a lot of me. We're gonna fix it up and make it better than ever. And I'm thrilled to be back in this incredible state with thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots, and that's what you are. And I'd like to begin by asking a question. Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? I don't think so. So I'm here today with a message of hope for all Americans. With your vote this election, I will end inflation. I will stop the invasion of criminals into our country. And I will bring back, as your president, the American dream. We're going to bring it back. Our country is being crippled and destroyed by Kamala Harris. But it does not have to be this way. It won't be this way for long, hopefully, what we've put up with the two of them. What we put up with the two of them, with your support on November 5th, America will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than ever before. This election is a choice between whether we will have 4 more years of incompetence, failure, and disaster, or whether we'll begin the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. We'll do something that nobody will even believe. After all of the catastrophes that she has caused, Kamala, she can't say one thing. Not one thing that she'd do differently. They said, would you do anything differently? Well, I can't really think of anything, right? No, she's terrible. We need smart people now. It's time for smart people, not time for these people. So I'm asking you to be excited about the future of our country again, and this will be America's new golden age. We're going to turn it around so fast your head will spin. We're going to stop all of this craziness. Every problem facing us can be solved, but now the fate of our nation is in your hands. In North Carolina, you have to stand up and you have to tell Kamala Harris that you've had enough. You can't take it anymore. We're not going to take it anymore. You're the worst vice president in the history of our country. And you're aligned with the worst president in the history of our country, who, by the way, likes me more than he likes her, but I won't say that. Kamala, you're fired. Get out, Kamala, get out. Get out. No, I think she probably does. I think he likes me slightly more. He hates me, you know? But when you think of what happened to him, think about it. He was doing okay, and then he had sort of a bad debate, and his numbers went down a little bit, and that's to be expected. And then they went to him, and they really just took the presidency away from him. And he's got a lot of anger in his heart. He's got a lot of hatred in his heart. And much of it goes to her, because she was the first one out. She failed. She was 22 people were going for the Democrat nomination, right? And she was the first one. Think of it. She was the first one out. And now they're a threat to democracy, as they like to say. They're a threat to democracy. But nobody would have thought that was possible. And now she's cratering in the polls. You know, you see it, because they're learning who she is. She's a radical left lunatic. Yesterday, I was here in North Carolina, outside Asheville, where I witnessed the terrible devastation of Hurricane Helene. To every family who has lost a loved one or a home, or they lost so much, our hearts are with you, and we are praying for you. The polls are open for early voting in North Carolina, and every day from now till November 2nd, and then on November 5th. Oh. You know, if you think about it, that has a chance to be the biggest day in American history. That could be a very exciting day. It's going to be the most important election in American history. I really believe it, because our country has lost its way. We are a failing nation. I don't like saying that, but we are indeed a failing nation. What a nice crowd this is. Wow. A lot of people. No, we don't like saying it, but it's... Thank you. Great. What people? What people? We're going to take care of you. We're going to work together. You know, we won twice here. And we won twice everywhere, if you want to really know that. We won twice everywhere. Too big to rig. We got to make it too big to rig. Everybody get out, but we're going to make it too big to rig. But if you're displaced due to the storm, you do not have to return to your home county to vote. You can request a ballot to your temporary housing location and go to trumpvote24.com/NC for more details. You know what? The amazing thing, and the fake news is picking it up, that's a lot of fake news tonight. That's a lot. And up there, I would say you have about 9% of decent people. It's like about 9%. It's unbelievable. Boy, it would be nice. You know what? If we had an honest press, a press that wrote the truth, we would be so much further along as a country. But that's a big group back there. You know where Kamala is today? They don't want to tell you. She's... No. You don't know where she is? You know where she is? She's sleeping. She took a day off. She's got no energy at all. Her speeches last for about 15 minutes. Peter knows that, by Peter. Her speeches last for about 15, 20 minutes. She's out of there. And right now, so think of this. We have 14 days to the most important election in the history of our country. It's actually only important for us. It's important. For them, I don't think it's that important. I really don't think it's that important. But you know what she did? She took a day off. How do you take a day off? 14 days, you don't take days off, right? I've gone 52 days now. I got 14 more. We don't take days off. We got to win this thing. If we don't win it, our country's in big trouble. Our country's in big trouble. No, I heard it today, and she's taking another day off tomorrow, they say. What the hell? Maybe she knows something that we don't know. Do you think she knows some kind of result that we don't know about? Maybe she knows something. I doubt it. No, she's bad news. With your help, 14 days from now, we're going to win North Carolina. We're going to defeat Kamala Harris. And we're going to make America great again. We're going to make it so great, right? This state was once the beating heart of American manufacturing. You know that. You know what happened. But year after year, globalist after globalist, radical left politician after radical left politician, Kamala Harris and her party sold you out, allowed your jobs to be plundered and stolen from you by other countries. After NAFTA and China's entry into the World Trade Organization, some of the worst things that ever happened to this country, North Carolina, lost over 300,000 manufacturing jobs, like taking candy from a baby, including 60% of its furniture manufacturing jobs. You know, I used to come here to buy furniture. I'd come here. The artists you had, they were artisans. They were incredible. I'd like to see a new handle on the chair, and you'd have a guy, oh, yes, sir, ding, 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 ding. I mean, the most incredible talent, but stupid politicians took that away from you. Really stupid, horrible politicians. They took it away. They took it away. It went to China and lots of other places. And you heard, when I bought some furniture, the chairs would break. People would sit in the damn chairs, they'd break. I'd end up getting sued all the time. I like North Carolina much better, if that's okay. Under Kamala, the United States lost 50,000 manufacturing jobs just this year alone. I don't even mention Biden anymore. I don't know what the hell's going on there. Who do you tell? Who's running this place? You know, we're close to a nuclear war, and we don't know who the hell's running our country. Is it him? He goes, Obama's running it. Obama. That's another beauty, Obama. He did great, didn't he? He did great. If you like a divided country, he was fabulous, Obama. He was a real beauty. But under the Trump administration, we're going to take back what's ours. We're going to take it back. We're going to bring it all back. We're going to end the looting, ransacking, raping, and pillaging of North Carolina and our country, our whole country, because You're one state, but this has happened to many states. Look at what's happened in Michigan with the automobiles. I mean, they were the capital of the world for automobiles. Now they're really just hanging by a thread. And because of me, I just stopped the largest plant anywhere in the world being built in Mexico, owned by China. They were going to make cars, and they were going to, you know this story, came a year ago, they announced, largest plant in the world. They were going to make cars, sell them into the United States, and destroy Detroit, Michigan, and all of Michigan. They were going to make more cars in that one plant than all of Michigan makes as a whole. And I said, you're not going to do it. And I said, you know what? I'm going to run for president, and I'm going to put tariffs on that damn plant, and you're not going to do it. And I just heard last week they've abandoned the plant because of Trump. Because they think we're going to get elected, and they say if Trump gets elected, we're going to lose our ass, and we're not going to do it. So they decided they're not going to build the plant. But you know what? If she gets in, they'll start the plant like your head will spin, and they'll be selling hundreds of thousands, millions of cars into our country with that big, monstrous plant. There were a number of plants. They were all stopped, every one of them, because they think I'm going to come in, impose 100, maybe 200, do whatever's necessary. They're not going to have one car come into our country and destroy Michigan and South Carolina and Tennessee and a little bit of North Carolina. But, you know, South Carolina has been very big with that. But we're not going to let them destroy our country, our states that do the auto things. You do a little bit of it, and sometimes a lot, depending on your mood. You have a lot of things in the state. You cover a lot of territory. Peter, they cover a lot of territory in this state. But the one that I like best, I loved, and I really mean it, I loved what you did for furniture. Isn't that terrible? I had such a heart for furniture here. It's hard to come back. It's hard to come back, but we're going to bring it back. We're going to bring all of it back, more than you ever had before. We're going to bring it all back. We're going to bring it all back. And if she comes, I'll tell you what, if she becomes president of this country is finished. This country is finished. And I don't like to be that way, and I wasn't that way. Even with crooked Hillary, I wasn't talking that way. This woman is a radical left lunatic who has no right even running. She doesn't deserve to be able to run. She came in last in the primary. Now she's running because they want to be politically correct. I'm not going to let this happen. Starting in January, we will give our companies the lowest taxes, the lowest energy cost, the lowest regulatory burdens, and free access to the best and biggest market in the planet. But you know, it will not. If we keep going like this, we're not going to have the best market anymore. We're going to be like Venezuela on steroids, okay? That's what we're going to be. And I used to say that, and if I don't get elected, that's what's going to happen. You're going to end up in a 1929-style depression. If you look at what her policies are, she has no idea about business. She has no idea, frankly, she has no idea about anything. She destroyed San Francisco, which was really the best city, I think maybe the best city in the country. She destroyed it. She helped destroy California, along with Gavin Newsom, who was one of the worst governors in the history of our country. But only if they make their products here, they're going to get these benefits. Only if they make their products here in America and they hire American workers to do the job. It's very simple. And if these companies don't make their products here, then they will pay a quite stiff tariff. Nice tariff. We're taking a lot. You know how much China paid us during my time? Hundreds of billions of dollars. No other president got them to pay not 10 cents. Go through all these great presidents. Oh, they were so great. Not 10 cents. China didn't pay 10 cents, and they were ripping us left and right. That's why I got into politics, if you want to call it that. I don't feel I'm a politician, but what the hell, call me whatever you want. But it really was trade. And you know what? It morphed from trade, and now I say, most important thing to me, trade. Always trade with me. We're going to bring jobs back like nobody's ever seen. But the border, it's so horrible what they're doing to us on the border. To me, you know, if you look at the polls, it's the economy and it's inflation, and then it's the border. I think the border is the biggest. Thank you. Thank you. So I think the border has become, to me, it's the worst thing I've ever seen, where we're allowing criminals to come in, hundreds of thousands of criminals to pour into our country. They come from jails. They come from places unknown, from countries we never even heard of. 181 countries were represented as of last night. Think of it, 180. To me, number one is our border. We don't want murderers. We don't want people from mental institutions coming in. We don't want people coming in who are terrorists. And I think it's number one. And then number two would be economy. And number three is inflation, or you could put them together, do it any way you want. But I think that the border is the biggest threat to this country. Other than, of course, some horrible, horrible radical left lunatic politicians that we have. That's a pretty big threat to our country also. But I will never apologize for defending America. I will protect our workers. I will protect our jobs. I will protect our borders. I will protect our families, and I will protect the birthright of our children to live in the richest and most powerful nation on the face of the earth. And we'll have it back there very soon. We're going to have it back there very soon. With 4 more years of Kamala Harris, North Carolina will be an economic wasteland. That's what's going to happen. The rest of your companies are going to move out. Everybody knows that. The smart people know. She's the only one that doesn't know it. Low IQ. She's a low IQ individual. And we've had that for 4 years. We don't need another 4. No country could take that. Can you imagine what President Xi, I got to know him very well. He's a fierce individual. The press, the fake news, hates when I say that he's a brilliant man. He runs 1.4 billion people with an iron fist. If I say he's a brilliant man, they say, he called him a okay, he's not a smart man at all. These people are crazy back there, I'm telling you. Am I allowed to say he's smart? Is he smart? He's a smart man. He's a fierce man. I get along with him very well. Putin, these are people that are tough people. Kim Jong-un, North Korea, nuclear weapons all over the place. I said, you ever do anything else? Go to a game, do something, He loves producing nuclear weapons. That's what he likes producing. And he's got a lot of them. And he has no respect for our leadership now. And he didn't respect Obama. He thought Obama was a real jerk. A real jerk. And I think he's a real jerk because I've watched him campaign over the last couple of days. I watched him campaign. What a divider he is, right? What a divider he is. He'd divide this country. He couldn't care less. Him and his little group of people. He was terrible. But I've watched what he's done. He's trying to campaign because she's incapable of campaigning. So they send him in to try. He's not going to do it. He also, you know who he helped? He helped Hillary Clinton. How did that work out? He came out for Hillary. So they sent out the same thing. But the fake news, they don't talk about that. They said, oh, they're bringing out Barack Hussein Obama. Oh, Barack, remember Rush? Barack Hussein Obama. Rush Limbaugh, we miss him, don't we? Don't we miss him, Peter? They're bringing out Obama. I say, oh, they did that with Hillary Clinton. Good, I'm glad they're bringing him out. The reason they're bringing him out, because he doesn't even want to do it. I think he's exhausted. I watched him talking. I think the guy's exhausted. And I never say a guy's looking old, but he's looking a little bit older, isn't he? Nothing wrong with that, nothing wrong. But he's exhausted. He's exhausted. But the reason they bring him out, and other people, they're bringing out all these other people. Nobody goes to their rallies. Nobody goes there. So you know what they do? They bring in so-called stars that I've never even heard of. These are not stars to me. These are not stars to me. But they bring out some people And what happens is the star comes in, they get a little bit of a crowd. They don't get crowds like this, and they have guitars. I don't, okay? I got nothing up here. And they bring him out, and they get an audience. They perform for a couple of minutes, and then they leave, and then the candidate gets up. There's nobody in the room. They got to do it the other way around, you know? Let her speak first. But they bring him out because they need help, because she cannot talk for more than 15 minutes. And when the teleprompter goes out, remember? 32 days, 32, 32. I said, what the hell is going on with her? I was watching. You always want to watch your opponent, right? And I was watching her, and she started doing that 32. She was just about gone, and then that sucker snapped back on. They go out. It's a dangerous business. You know, if you're a teleprompter reader, it can be dangerous, because no matter how good these guys, I have a great guy, but about 5% of the time you lose a teleprompter. Sometimes it breaks down and snaps. We call it a snapback. You know, it's gone, and now you're on your way, and then you go ping, and it's back. But no matter how good they are, you lose it 5% of the time, and I thought she lost it. And I just wanted to see a little bit longer. I just wanted to see, because she was over. But if you'd like to go into politics, you got to be able to make a speech without reading a teleprompter. Because if you need a teleprompter like her, you're in trouble. We got two of them, Biden and her. How about Biden? He'd make us, hello. And then he could never find, I don't want to hit him too hard anymore, though, because, you know, I really want to keep it this way, where he likes me better than her, because I think it's nice. No, but think of it. They stole the presidency of the United States. They took it. I don't want to use the word coup. You know, nobody knows what the hell that means. It was a coup, but nobody knows. It's simpler. They stole the presidency. They walked in, they said, you're getting out. I mean, he didn't have to do that. And then they say, he was so brave in getting out. He was so brave. It was so wonderful that he got out. He's a great American hero. They threw him out. They took him out. Crazy Nancy Pelosi. She's crazy. She did a nut job, by the way. And Schumer. I was with Schumer the other night at the big Catholic dinner. How did I do at that dinner? Good, huh? Yeah. The Al Smith dinner, big dinner, 77 years. Almost without fail, every candidate goes to that out of respect to Catholics. And she said she's not going. It never happens. It hadn't happened in decades. And the last person, we know who that was. The last person lost, he lost everything but one state. You know what state it was? Minnesota, the home of the stupidest man I've ever seen run for office. Is there something wrong with that guy? He's always bouncing. He's going with his heart. Yeah. I never got that. But there's something wrong with that guy, I'm telling you. And you know, that should enter in. And I have somebody the exact opposite, a brilliant guy, J.D. Vance, who's really very solid, very solid. Kamala's inflation has already cost the typical family over $30,000 on higher prices, and now she wants to raise the typical family's taxes by nearly $3,000 a year. Take a look at this.
Kamala Harris is going to significantly raise taxes.
Taxes are going to have to go up?
Kamala's plan will raise families' taxes by nearly $2,600 a year. Under Kamala, prices have already soared. Now she'd make it worse with even higher taxes.
Taxes are going to have to go up?
President Trump will cut taxes again. No taxes on tips, overtime, or Social Security.
Thank you. Remember when I said no taxes on tips? And then like a month later, she goes, we will have no taxes on tips. Oh, and the place was booing her. They said, you're a little bit late. Anyway, and you never heard it. I haven't even heard her say it again after that, because that just shows you the kind of dedication they have to their statements. No, she's the taxing queen. And she's also demanding a shocking 33% tax hike on all domestic production, along with the largest capital gains tax hike in history. This is going to be the largest tax anybody's ever had to pay. And every business is going to leave our country and go to another country. They don't have to stay here. They have a lot of opportunity. It used to be you'd go to a different state. Now they go to a different country. They'll go to Asia. They'll go to Europe. Go to different countries. And you've had that. And all you're doing is forcing them out, and with them goes the jobs and the money. By contrast, I will massively cut taxes for workers and small businesses and do just as you saw, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security benefits. I will make, here's something that I think is going to be great. Think of this. And I just made a decision to do it a little bit differently, because I'm only going to do it if they build that particular product, namely an automobile, in the United States. Listen to this. I will make interest on car loans fully tax deductible, because affording a car is essential to restoring the American. So I had calls from the biggest people in Wall Street. Where did you come up with these ideas? The no tax on tips? Who gave that to you? Actually, it was a waitress at Trump Hotel in Las Vegas. I didn't pay a consultant $5 million to come up with the idea. A waitress said, it's terrible the way they're treating us with tips. And a lot of them, you know, I mean, a lot of people don't report those tips anyway, really, I guess. It's a kind of a weird kind of a thing. How do you tax it? Somebody puts $5 in their pocket, you know, let's see. But she gave me the idea. But they said, how did you come up with this thing on deductibility of interest on automobiles? I said, it was just an idea I had, but I had a better idea, because here's what I'm doing. I want it to benefit, I don't want it to benefit other countries, I want it to benefit us. So its deductibility of interest is great, but only if the car is manufactured in the United States. Is that a great idea? Why the hell would we give them taxes if they manufacture the car in China or Japan or lots of other places that stole our business over the years? Mexico is a very big threat. I'm telling you, it's a big threat. So we're doing that now, and I think that's going to be great for Detroit. And we're leading in Michigan, by the way, by good margin, because of the cars. Because of the brilliant mandate that next week you're going to be forced to drive all electric. Everybody's going to have an electric car. They don't go far. They cost too much. And by the way, they're great. You know what? They're great. And Elon makes the best of them, as far as I'm concerned. But, and he'll be the first to admit, it's a certain market, and it's a certain market for certain things, but you have to have gasoline powered. Here we have more gasoline, we have more oil and gas, we have more liquid gold than anybody in the world, and we're trying to go all electric. So we want that. We want hybrids. We don't want hydrogen cars. We don't want hydrogen. Would anybody like a hydrogen car? You know what a hydrogen car? It's a great car. It's a wonderful car, except if it happens to explode, then you are unrecognizable. They said they have it down. They don't think more than 10 or 20 will explode a year, but if it does, you're gonzo. So we told them, let's not spend a lot of money on that. That's one of those things, no matter how good it is, you don't want it. But other than that, they said it works quite well. On day one of the Trump administration, I will terminate Kamala's insane electric vehicle mandate, and we will end the Green New scam once and for all. You know, the Green New scam is terrible. You know whose idea that was, right? AOC, young girl, very nice person. She never even studied the environment in college, average student at best. She was an average student. She walked in one day, she said, we're going to all be dead in 12 years because the oceans are rising. Well, it's been more than 12 years. What's going on? No, we have a much bigger threat. We have a threat called nuclear weapons and having stupid people running our country. And if you talk about global warming, that's the real global warming, not this nonsense of the ocean's going to rise over the next 400 years by 1/8 of an inch and we're going to be wiped out. No, we have a threat right now, and we better get smart because we're very close to World War III. If you take a look at what's going on, we're very close. So we have a couple of different areas, but we'll have more than that. And you can look at the size, look at the teams. They're already being divided up. You see what's going on with Iran and Russia and China, and now other countries are adding into that group, North Korea. No, no, no. We have very stupid people letting this happen. That should have never happened. Now they want to attack our dollar. They want to take our dollar away from us. They want to take our dollar and not have that be the standard any longer. That would be like losing a world war. Then we would be indeed third world status. And if I'm elected, they're not doing that. I guarantee you that. No chance. Just like Russia would have never attacked Ukraine, zero. By the way, zero. Even a Democrat congressman was on television, and many Democrats are saying that. And by the way, for 4 years they didn't. So, you know, it's not like, oh, gee, they won't. For 4 years they didn't. I think what happened is when Putin saw how weak we were, how pathetic we were, with the stupid Milley and these generals that aren't even generals as far as I was concerned. What a stupid group of people they were. Mattis, Milley. You know, the real ones, the ones that I used to defeat ISIS. We defeated ISIS. They were the real generals. They were the real generals. They weren't the television generals. They weren't the dumb ones. They were the ones that were warriors. But we'll quickly become energy independent, and we will frack, and we will drill, baby, drill. We're going to drill. And I will cut, in 12 months from January 20th, that's the day we take office, I will cut your energy prices by 50% within 1 year. And we can do it. No other country can say, very few countries can say it, but no other country can say that. We have more liquid gold. We're going to drill. Your prices are going to come down. Then everything else is going to start coming down, too, because you're paying too much. You know what people tell me mostly? Groceries. A simple word, groceries. I say, what do you mean? The overall effect of bacon and lettuce and all of this stuff is the biggest, the worst we've ever had. We've never had anything like it. How about interest rates? When I was president, think of this, when I was president, interest was 2.2%. Now it's 10%, and you can't get any money, so it's much higher than 10%. And I have really good news, because I keep hearing people say $2.50, $2.25 a gallon. So the other day, I'm looking at some things and some statistics. So we had $1.84 a gallon. That was the real price that you had, $1.84. Compared to now, it's about $4, but it was up to $5. In California, it was $7 and $8. We were at $1.84, and everybody was happy. It was nice to drive to Washington, D.C., but the problem with Washington, D.C., is too dangerous. We're going to clean that city up, and we're going to make it greater. We're going to make it safe so you can go down, and you can see the Washington Monument. You can go see Honest Abe, and you can see Thomas Jefferson. They wanted to rip that down. Remember, they wanted to rip down the Thomas Jefferson? And I said, that's not going to happen. Remember, I passed that law, an old law that was, they came into town, they wanted to rip down our statues, and I said, well, do they have a point? You know, a couple of them were a little rough, then I said, well, now I heard they want to rip down Honest Abe Lincoln. Now you're getting a little bit nasty. And I went out, and we were tough. I said, give me that law, I want to sign it immediately. We took it, it was an old law from early 1900s. And it basically said that if you so much as look at or touch any monument anywhere in the country, federal monument, anywhere in the country, you get immediately 10 years in jail with no early getting out stuff. And I signed it with a news conference, remember? I said, anybody that wants to play games with me, you can play games, but it's not going to work out well. And we had a lot of people in Washington. They were having a lot of fun thinking about which statue they're going to take down. And as soon as I signed it, I watched the backs of those people. I don't want to use the word asses. I watched the backs of those people leaving town. They all left town very nicely. We had no problem. But just recently, a month ago, they were in Washington, and they're spray painting beautiful limestone lions and doing tremendous damage, fighting with the police. And by the way, nothing happened to those people. You know, when you spray paint over limestone, you'll see it in 100 years from now, because limestone's a very porous. I was really good at real estate and building. Limestone's very porous stone. And that stuff goes right into that. You can't get it out unless you want to do it with a chisel, and that's not going to work. And you're going to see that in 100 years from now. And it's very, very sad. And nothing happened to those people, nothing. I watched it very closely. And they did great destruction, and they had fistfights with our cops, right? They had fistfights. They were rolling on the grass and fighting our police. Nothing happened to them. Under Kamala's economy, millions of Americans are suffering because of inflation. They're losing their jobs. You can't afford housing, groceries, or a car. And yet Kamala is importing millions of illegals across our borders and giving them taxpayer benefits at your expense, while taking the jobs from African Americans and from Hispanic Americans at levels that we have not seen. You're going to see reports coming out very soon. They're trying to hold it until after the election. Hopefully it won't matter, because we're going to win by so much. But let them give you the reports of what's happening to our African-American population, our Hispanic population. They are taking the jobs of our African-Americans and Hispanic Americans, and it's tremendous numbers. And they're going to release these numbers sometime after the election, and everyone's going to be upset, and nothing they could do. You're going to have to wait 4 more years. And I'm not sure we can wait 4 more years, because I don't know that we'll have a country in 4 more years. So you ought to start looking at that, to the fake news media. Show them what's happening to the black population and to the Hispanic population with these people that are coming into our country illegally. You are witnessing the economic oppression of Americans to reward and enrich illegal aliens. It's just like, you know, they come into hotels and they stay in hotels, in luxury hotels, paid for by the government, and they walk past our veterans who are sleeping on the street right in front of that hotel. But all of that stops 2 weeks from tonight. It all stops. For 4 straight years, Kamala Harris has imported an army of illegal alien gang members and migrant criminals from prisons and jails, from insane asylums and mental institutions all around the world, from Venezuela to the Congo. Not just South America, this is all over the world. We're the dumping ground for the whole world to put their criminals into. And she has resettled them into your communities to prey upon innocent Americans, and that's what they're doing. You just take a look at what's going on in Colorado. Take a look at what's going on there. They're taking over. They're in the real estate business like I am. The only difference is I go out and borrow nice money from a bank. They do it with guns. You see what's going on in Aurora? But it's not just Aurora. It's hundreds of communities. They don't want to talk about it because they don't want to destroy the reputation of the community, and they better start talking about it, because they won't have a community. When I win on November 5th, the migrant invasion ends and the restoration of our country begins. It's going to begin. Are you from yesterday? Is that you? Yesterday? One of the deadliest and most vicious migrant gang that Kamala has imported into our country. Let them just come in. Remember, she's a stupid person. Open borders. Open borders. As soon as I saw it, I said, well, wait a minute. I know the world. I know many of the leaders of the world, other than the ones that were changed, not that many. I know them. They're smart. They're streetwise, very streetwise people. I said, wait a minute. They're going to let all their prisoners out into our country. When you have open borders, there's no check-in, there's no vetting. And very importantly, Border Patrol, they're phenomenal. They endorsed me last week with the strongest endorsement that you've ever seen. Unanimous. Unanimous. And in the endorsement, they said she is so bad, there's never been anybody bad. That by itself should cause her. Thousands of people voted for me. Unanimous endorsement of the Border Patrol because we had the safest border. Bring down my favorite chart. I love this chart. I sleep with this chart. I kiss this chart every night. I love it. I love this chart. Isn't that a beautiful? Every night I roll it up and I kiss it. Because I wouldn't be here right now without that chart. I look to my right, bing. I said, what the hell happened? But look at that arrow on the bottom. That's when I left office. That's the day I left office right there. That's the lowest we've ever had. This was done by Border Patrol, by the way. And look what happened after I left. There was an explosion, like one of Elon's rocket ships. Look at that. How good is Elon, by the way? Is he great? You know, here's a guy. When you talk about, he is so smart. We're inside, beautiful place, beautiful arena, packed, nice, probably 71 degrees. We finally have air conditioning. Some of these things don't have air conditioning. It's brutal. Congratulations to the people who own this place, whoever the hell owns it. We appreciate the air conditioning. But it's like 71 degrees. It's beautiful. Elon is right now in Pennsylvania politicking because he thinks this is the most important election in history, and he says we won't have a country. How cool is that? And he's registering voters. He's an amazing guy. How cool was the rocket ship that landed the other day, right? I never saw it. I told the show, I don't want to, if you heard it, just turn off your ears for a second. I'm talking to a very important guy, and I have the no sound on the television muted. And I'm looking at the television, talking to this guy, very important, but quite boring, to be honest with you. I hope he doesn't watch me say this, because he'll be able to figure out who it is. But anyway, I said, wait a minute, would you hold on, please, just for a second? Because I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this 20-story, huge tube pouring down and fire's pouring out of it. And it used to be white, but the heat is thousands of degrees coming down. They say thousands and thousands, so it's been beat up in that trip down. And I see this massive tube is coming down, and the fire's burning, and it's exploding all over the place. I said, oh my, this is terrible. It's going to crash. What the hell is it? I wasn't even sure. Maybe it was a movie. But I'm looking, it's the news. And I see it, and then all of a sudden, it's going to hit the gantry, and boom, a flame comes out of the left and pushes it over like it was nothing. I say, what the hell? And then these two giant arms, boom, they envelop it like a beautiful, I won't say it. I get myself into too much trouble. When I say that stuff, it's so great. I'd like to, but I'm not going to, because I'm going to be politically correct if you don't mind. You know what Elon says? Like two giant chopsticks. See, wouldn't I be better off if I said that? Wouldn't that, Mr. Wall? This guy is the greatest guy. Stand up. I love this guy. Comes to so many of these. And he's a very successful guy, but he likes these rallies. He's had a lot of them. We have the ladies from North Carolina here, too. Would you stand up? I call them the beautiful ladies from North Carolina, and you're not allowed to call ladies beautiful anymore. It's the end of your political career. If you say, aren't they beautiful, that's the end of your political career, but who cares? You are beautiful. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. They've come to, what number is this, like 230 or 240 or something? And they're happily married, because I've met their husbands. Their husbands are really nice. I don't know how the hell they put up with this stuff. But at least here we're in North Carolina. How long a trip was this? Pretty short, right? Well, that's a long time, 2.5 hours. That's like short compared to Texas, California. Thank you very much. It's a great honor. It's always nice to see them. They're always so brightly dressed. They got plenty of cash, you know. They're so brightly and beautifully dressed all the time and coiffed. They're beautifully coiffed. Thank you very much. Great honor. Thank you. And we have our front row jacks. We have our front row Jacks and Joes. Thank you very much. What happened? You're not in the front row. Whoa. These must be very powerful people in the front. Look at these people. Who are these people? They kept the wall back there. Wow. We got to figure this out. That young man must be a very powerful guy. But we appreciate it. We've had a lot of rallies, and we're going to have our biggest of all at Madison Square Garden. We're going to make a play for New York. Hasn't been one in many, many decades, but with what's going on in New York between the illegal migrants and the crime they're causing and hurting people so badly and all of the problems in New York, we're going to give it a hell of a shot. So we took Madison Square Garden. We filled it up. Think of this, sold out in 3 hours. Done. Can you imagine? If a normal politician, and I don't say this in any way, I just say if a politician, like take our best politician, after me, take our best politician. If you had 250, 300 people, that would, you know, you'd have 300 people in a ballroom or something. Ronald Reagan would have 350 people, 400 people. We sell out these things, 25,000 people at Madison Square Garden because we use the floor, right? The basketball. So we have the whole thing, holds 18 or 19,000. We have the floor. And it's sold out in 3 hours, so that's a great honor. But we're going to do a big one in the Atlanta arena. We're trying to sign the Philadelphia arena. We had tremendous success in Long Island, you know, at where the ice hockey team plays, the Islanders, and we could have sold that thing out 4 times. It was incredible. So we're doing them, and we're sort of, you know, it's sad because we're sort of wrapping it up. You know that, right? We've been doing this now for a long time. We had 2 unbelievable elections. We had 2, but we are. I didn't even think of it. I was being interviewed by a very good person today, actually, and that person said, when you did Madison Square Garden, it's in a week, they said, is that sort of wrapping it all up, right? And I said, I never thought of it that way, but I guess you could. It's sort of wrap it. We have a few days left after that, but we sort of are. When you think we've been doing it from 2015, and now we're where we are. So we're, you know, talking about 9 years, almost 10 years by the time we do it. And there's something, and think of what we've done. This is the greatest movement in political history. I mean, there's never been anything like that. Right? The greatest movement in political history. And I know, oh, look, there's Uncle Sam back there. Look at that guy. He shook my hand. This guy's got the hardest handshake. My hand is still recovering from his handshake. Uncle Sam, how are you? And I have no idea who he is, I promise you. Somebody says, oh, do you pay these people? I don't pay them. I don't pay the wall. I don't pay Uncle Sam. But they're incredible patriots. And you know what? They're very smart people. They're incredible people. But this is like a football game to some. You know, they come in, these guys, they're accountants. They head accounting firms, law firms, and they got the name of some football player in the back. I don't know if I could do that. Well, maybe Lawrence Taylor. He's my friend. I'll come in with a Lawrence Taylor. These are all guys. We have a lot of endorsements from athletes, that I can tell you. But thank you, Uncle Sam. But you know, it's sort of interesting. I never thought of it. It's sort of we're wrapping it up. We're wrapping up something that has been incredible. There's never been anything like this. The rallies, the size of them, the enthusiasm. And we have more enthusiasm now than we did for 2016 or 2020. But we really started in 2015, you know, about a year before, a little less than a year before. We started in 2015, and it's been really amazing. It's been great. It's been great to be with you, and now we want to close it out with a beautiful bang, and we want to straighten out the country, and we're going to thank you, darling. I pray for you too. Thank you. But it's been like a movement of love, you know, and it's like, you know, when we first started, there used to be like some fights and there were problems where you have fight, not much, but we had some. It's been, and I don't want to jinx it by saying, but it's been like love. It's been like amazing. It is. And you know what? The people back there, when I say things, if I'm a little bit off, they'll go headlines. And I don't mean to be a little bit off, but this is the single greatest political movement in the history of our country. There's never been anything like that. And if it wasn't, if it were just slightly behind some other movement that nobody could even come close to talking about, they would have headlines. I have to be very careful when I say things. But he said that, and he said, is this wrapping it up? And I never thought of it. I didn't think of it that way. We're in the heart of battle, and we have to win our country. And then we're going to have 4 great years, and that's a different kind of a battle. But for what we're doing, for the campaigning, this will be, we're pretty much, we're 14 days from sort of wrapping it up. And we're going to have different kinds of get-togethers, and hopefully it's going to be get-togethers of success. We're going to base it on success. We're going to have great success with this country. We're going to bring back our businesses. We're going to stop crime in the streets. We're going to close up our borders. We're going to let people come in to our country. But we need people to take all these jobs that we're going to be creating a lot of jobs just by the use of very smart use of tariffs, taxes, and incentives. Just like I told you, just come up with one. And literally, I did it with a friend of mine who's a great business person. I said, what do you think of the idea, like the idea of the deduction for a car, interest deduction for a car? But then I said, but to get it, you have to build the car in the United States. Who would think of that? You know, it sounds simple, like the paperclip. It's very simple. Somebody came up 129 years ago or something. They came up with the paperclip, and other people looked at it, and they said, how the hell come, why didn't I think of this idea? And now you'll have everybody come out and say, we're going to deduct interest, but you know what? It doesn't have the same ring. No, that's a big deal. We're going to make so many cars in Detroit with that. That's going to be so big. But I said, wait a minute, if I do this, what are we going to do? Make more cars in China? You know, China, I put a tariff on Chinese, 27.5%. And because of that, they're not flooding our country. They're destroying Europe. They're just flooding Europe with cars. But we've kept our car companies, but it's a fraction of what it used to be. We had the glory days. We were making everybody's cars. The Cadillac was the most beautiful. To my father, having a Cadillac, he'd get a Cadillac every 2 years. That was his definition of luxury. I just want a Cadillac every 2 years. That was, and today, you know, they don't talk so much about that. We're going to take care of our military better. We're going to take care of our military better than anybody. You know, with our military, we took care of our veterans better than anybody has ever taken care. We took care of our veterans. We got a 92% approval rating, and now it's back down to 44 or 43. We did choice. We had choice, so if a person had to wait, one of our great, because I call them heroes, one of our great heroes had to wait for a doctor. They could go out. If they had to wait more than 1 day, they go out and they get a doctor, we pay the bill. And in the end, it was not only was it good for them, it was also even efficient, because some of these people were dying. They'd wait for 4, 5, 6, 7 months. And we have great doctors in the VA, but the problem was the administration. And our guys did a fantastic job. We did another thing in the VA. We got rid of all the sadists and the sickos or wackos. You couldn't fire them because of civil service laws. And I got this all passed. We got this all passed in Congress. It was an amazing thing to get it passed in Congress. They were trying for 58 years for one and for 54 years for the other. And it worked out great. And now I understand that as of like yesterday, they're trying to get rid of, they call it choice, where you have a choice of going outside, getting a doctor. And I understand that they're trying to end that program. They don't like that program, that this group of people that have no idea what they're doing don't like it, so they'll go back to waiting. But we'll get it back. We'll get it back so fast your head will spin. They want to end it. They don't like it for some reason. I don't know why, but they don't like it. People were getting instant care, and it wasn't very expensive when you take into the fact that, and just take a look at this. You have a guy, He gets sicker, 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 sicker. Then he becomes terminally ill, and they have to take care. In the end, I think it's probably cost effective, but I don't even care about the cost in that case. We take care of our people. Who would want to wait months to get, in some cases, a simple pill or a simple shot? And it was a terrible thing, but we had a 92% approval rating, the highest ever. The people that I had there did a fantastic job. We're going to bring it all back. We're going to bring it back fast. And one other thing, I mean, isn't it nice to have a president that doesn't have to read these stupid teleprompters, isn't it? Sort of interesting. I haven't looked at him in the last 15 minutes. You know, it's like interesting, but it's, I just do what we have to do. But you know, we did another program, Right to Try. It's the greatest thing. For 51 years, they've been trying to get it because we have the best doctors, the best lab technicians, the best labs, the best everything. And nobody could get it done. We would have something that really looked good for a certain disease or problem. It really looked good, but they couldn't do anything because the FDA wouldn't be able to approve it for years. I got that number way down, by the way, but they wouldn't be able to approve it for years. And what would happen was terrible. They would go to Asia, they'd go to Europe, they'd go all over, if they had money. Most of them didn't have money. They'd go home and they'd die. They'd die. So I said, we got to do something about this. And they've been trying for 50 years. They couldn't get it done because the doctors didn't want it because of the liability. The insurance companies certainly didn't want it. The labs didn't want it. Nobody wanted it, but nobody, everybody, they knew it was good, but they didn't want it. I got everybody into a room and I said, listen, we're going to sign an agreement. There's not going to be any liability to anybody. If somebody's terminally ill, they're going to sign a document that they're not going to sue the insurance company, they're not their family, they're not going to sue anybody, they're not going to sue the doctor, the lab, they're not going to sue anybody. Everything's going to be fine, and we're going to try it and see how it works. It's been so successful. We have saved thousands and thousands of lives with this new medicine. It's a new age. I call it new age medicine. But we've saved thousands of people. People don't write about it. It's called Right to Try. A lot of people know. I hope nobody needs it, to be honest with you. But you know, it's been so. I've never read anything about it. They don't want to write about it, and if they don't, that's okay. The fact is that thousands of people have been saved. Their lives have been saved, and many were terminal, and now they're actually okay. They're not even terminal. It's not like they have to even go. It literally cured. And even the doctors now and the medical, you know, the medical companies, the labs, they're really happy they did it, because when you can cure somebody when they're that sick, it really shows it worked. It sort of worked out the opposite. It really shows that it works. So Right to Try, it's been a great thing, and we're honored to have done it. One of the deadliest and most vicious migrant gangs that Kamala has imported into our country, the savage Venezuelan prison gang. They form in the Venezuelan prisons. It's called Tren de Aragua. That's taking over apartment complexes and unleashing a violent terror spree in our country. Let's take a look. Take a look at this.
Open borders, deadly consequences.
Border crisis. Record-high crossings are putting a strain on cities across America.
It is a full-blown invasion.
Armed Venezuelan gang members storming an apartment complex in Aurora, Colorado.
And when people talk about migrant crime, this is what they're talking about. Biden and Harris had created a program to bring them in under humanitarian parole.
I am in favor of saying that we're not going to treat people who are undocumented across the border as criminals.
More than 13,000 illegal immigrants convicted of murder have been released into the United States.
My 20-year-old daughter, Kayla Hamilton, was murdered in her own room. Kayla's murderer was apprehended by Border Patrol crossing illegally into the U.S.
Kayla's murderer had been improperly released into the United States.
Abolish ICE. Yeah, we need to probably think about starting from scratch.
An Afghan national is in custody today after being accused of plotting an election day terrorist attack. The suspect entered the U.S. on a special immigrant visa.
More than a dozen people suspected of being Tren de Aragua gang members right here in San Antonio.
The gang members had been terrorizing the apartment complex.
New details in the murder of Lake and Riley. The illegal immigrant suspect, who cops say committed the heinous murder, is a Venezuelan national.
And was paroled and released into the country
by the Biden administration.
2 men investigators say are in the country illegally from Venezuela are charged with capital murder in the death of Jocelyn Nungaray.
Court documents suggest a group of men arrested for beating and robbing a Dallas woman last month are members of a Venezuelan street gang.
Manuel Hernandez was booked by Colleyville police just 2 days earlier and released the day before the robbery.
That's what's happening. These are the people we're letting in. And you remember where she was saying that they don't commit crimes like our people. Really? These are worse than anybody. They make our criminals look like they're nice people. These are rough, horrible people. They could not be allowed to stay in our country. The United States is now an occupied country, in effect. But on November 5th, 2024, we will have a thing called Liberation Day. We're going to have Liberation Day. In the last year alone, over 70,000 illegal aliens from China have crossed our border. You know about that. Many of them military-aged men, 70,000 in a year. 70,000, that's getting to be Army territory. And that's the equivalent of over 14 brigades or 5 Army divisions of Chinese illegals that have penetrated our country. Again, these are military-aged, mostly men, almost all men. Isn't that wonderful? Isn't that nice? Under borders, Harris, she has no idea. The woman doesn't have a clue. Again, she's sleeping now while I'm working my ass off. Under borders, Harris, there have been at least 2 million gotaways. That's gotaways. They come through and nobody knows where the hell they're from. And that's, by the way, nobody has any idea. The number, if they think it's 2 million, it's probably 5 times that amount. 2 million gotaways from all over the world who charged the border and disappeared into the United States. They could be living right next to you in North Carolina, lovely house, little cabin right next to you. More than the entire active duty force of the United States military. This is the kind of numbers we're talking about, and they're rough. They're rough people. Who would have allowed this to happen? Who would have allowed this to happen? The only good thing coming from this crime against our country is if you happen to be the person that's running against the idiots that allowed it to take place. That's me. I'm running against them. It's good to run against it, but I'd rather not be running against it, and I'd rather not have it happen. Immediately upon taking the oath of office, I will launch the largest deportation program in American history. We have no idea. We have no choice. It's not sustainable. I will rescue every town across America that's been invaded and conquered. They're conquering towns. And these fools, these stupid people back there, the media, they're going to say, oh, he used the word conquer. You know, the governor of Colorado, he's a radical left Democrat. He's petrified he doesn't know what to do. And we will put these vicious and bloodthirsty criminals in a jail or kick them the hell out of our country as fast as we can. And to expedite removals of Tren Aragua and other savage gangs, I will invoke the Alien Enemies Act of 1798. Think of that. 1790, you know why? That's when we had real politicians, real people that knew what to do, not these weak, woke fools. So I have to go back to 1798, can you believe it? But it's a strong one. Think of it, Alien Enemies Act of 1798, and they used it to target and dismantle every migrant criminal network operating on American soil to make our people safe. And if they come back into our country, it's an automatic 10 years in jail with no possibility of parole. And I am hereby calling for the death penalty. And we have to do this. I'm calling for the death penalty for any migrant that kills an American citizen or an law enforcement officer. You kill an American citizen or a law enforcement officer, you get the death penalty. And we'll get that approved, too, because Congress is going to approve it. They're feeling the way you are. I will end catch and release. Thank you. I have to ask this man in the black, are you the man that I met yesterday or not? That's a pretty, you're just as good. No, I met some great people yesterday. I saw the devastation. It was incredible. He just said, no, you didn't meet me, but I love you, man. Thank you. That's cool. You're very cool. You're very cool. Thank you. I will end. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I will end all migrant flights. You know, they fly in by plane. They come in. You know, we only learned that like less than a year ago. They said, we're going to start closing up the border a little bit. Well, all they have to do, you know, all they have to do, she could walk into the White House, say, wake Biden up. I want him to sign something. And all he has to do is say, close the border. He doesn't need a bill. The bill was so horrible. You know, he says, Donald Trump called the Senate, said, don't pass it. It's wonderful. I wish I could do that, okay? Not that easy. But the truth is, I had nothing to do with it. And I would be proud to do it because it was such a bad bill. But he doesn't need a bill. I didn't have a bill. I closed the border. I had the safest border. You see it. I had the safest border in the history of our country. We now have the worst border in the history of the world, maybe in the history of the world. And again, it's the number one thing to campaign on. I mean, I think the inflation is horrible. The economy, everything. We have a lot of bad things. The number, when you see those killers, those guys that have military-style weapons. I mean, people are saying, where the hell do people coming out of Venezuela, young thugs that are tough as hell, by the way, where do they get this equipment? But I think it's the number one thing, and we're going to have it fixed. You know, I fixed it in 2016. I fixed it. I did it so good, I couldn't talk about it for the next election. My people said, sir, they don't want to hear about the border. I said, what do you mean you don't want to hear? I did such a great job. I fixed it. We had the best border. But that border was 5% of what it is now. That border was bad. It was really bad, but it wasn't very tough for me to fix. That border was nothing compared to the mess you have now. We don't have a border. And I built hundreds of miles of wall. I built much more than I said I was going to build. Then we added 200, and they didn't want to put up the slats. And you know what they did? Many of them were sold for 5 cents on the dollar. It's just so sold. I will outlaw sanctuary cities immediately, and I will ban all welfare and federal benefits for illegals. We are running against the most radical, most incompetent, most unfit vice president running for president. Can you believe it? In the history of our country, she's totally unfit for office. No one respects her. No one trusts her. No one takes her seriously, and something is clearly wrong with her. Something is wrong with her. Something's wrong with her, and something's wrong with this vice president. He is off. She can't put two sentences together. How about 60 Minutes? Was that the greatest? You know, we're probably going to sue him just for the hell of it. Listen. 60 Minutes, she interviews. She was so bad. She gave an answer. This never happened to me. Why does it happen? She gave an answer that was so bad that they changed it. They took it out, threw it out. They didn't like edit a little bit, take a word out. No. They took the entire, it was a long, stupid, she didn't know where the hell she was going. Does she drink? Is she on drugs? I don't know. I have no idea. She writes 60 Minutes, you know, big 60 Minutes CBS. You know, they have to be licensed by the federal government. They should take their license away. What they did, CBS, and they're all bad. How about David Muir? How bad is he? How bad is he? I said, crime is going up. And he said, no, it's not. It's going down. I said, it's going up. He said, crime is going down. Next question. The next day, they released the numbers. Crime's up 45% in our country. I don't watch him anymore. Pretty boy, little pretty boy he is. So they think it. She gives this horrible answer. They take every word of it and they throw it away and they insert another answer. That's called election interference and it's called fraud. And they should have their life. And you know, all the other guys back there are sticking up for them. You know why? Because they do the same thing probably. They don't do it for me. You know what they do with me? They make my answer worse. They write. No, they take out, like if I give, because I do the weave. You know the weave? I'll tell a story and I'll go from here being, it's actually genius, I have to say. And fair and smart people say it's total genius. But they say, oh, he wandered. I didn't wander. Wander is when you don't get back to the same point. No, I give the weave. They don't do anything for me. What they do with me is I give a beautiful paragraph, and they'll take some of the primary sentences out. And that's terrible to do. But that you can sort of get away with. You know, I can even understand it. They want to make it a little shorter. They want a little more time. You know, they don't pay anything for their license. They have a license that's worth billions of dollars. They don't pay anything. Neither does NBC fake news. And ABC fake news is really one of the worst, I will tell you. ABC, but this is CBS. They don't pay for, they use our airwaves. They don't pay anything. And then you hear that 60 Minutes, which is a news show, it's under their news division. So they're not allowed. This isn't an entertainment show. But they took the sentence, not the sentence, they took a whole paragraph, big paragraph, just word after word. That was like the 32 that I listened to, you know, 32, with the teleprompter where she basically choked and froze like a dog. But that was like the 32. They took it out and they inserted a new answer that was more rational, wasn't great, but it was, at least you don't say, what's wrong with this person? Where did you ever hear them doing that? That's called election. This is an election. We're in the middle of an election. She gave a horrible answer on a news show that pays nothing for the airwaves that are worth billions of dollars. And the other networks stick up because they don't want it to happen to them either. They don't want to see a bidding contest for who's going to do the news. But there has to be some kind of justice in this country. You can't take her answer out, insert a new answer, and say, this is called major election interference fraud. So we'll see what happens. I actually think it's the biggest scandal in broadcast history. I really believe that. I think it's the biggest scandal. Nobody's seen anything like it. And people are furious about it. And they all come out with some answer. Well, we did this because of that and that. No, they took the answer out. They put a new answer in. There's nothing. There's no justification. So we're probably going to take them to court. Should I take them to court? Okay. So we've asked them. We sent them a letter yesterday. We've asked for the entire transcript. And we want to see, did they do it in other places too? And we'll see what happens, but good. So I have your permission, right? Who would think of these things? I mean, who would think? And it was a mistake. They made a mistake. That's how everybody found them. They made a mistake. They put out the original answer. Somehow somebody saw the original answer, said, that's not the answer she gave. And when they went back, they feel it was, you know, they found out it was a fraud. It was a fraud on the American public, and they should pay a big price for it. And if they do pay a big price, it won't happen anymore. She's an international joke, and she's going to end up getting us into World War III, and Kamala is in free fall. You know, she's in free fall with Arab and Muslim voters. Now, in Michigan, did you notice that my poll numbers are very good with the Arab voters? Did you see that? My poll numbers are very good. I appreciate it. You know why? You know why they're? Because I want peace in the Middle East. I want peace. I did the Abraham Accords. I want peace in the Middle East. So it's very simple. It's not, I want to see peace in the Middle East. But my poll numbers in Michigan are very good with, they were supposed to, I was supposed to be 0. She was supposed to be 100. Now I'm beating her because they see how bad she is. but they don't like or respect her. She's sent their overseas, I mean, you take a look. She's sent their jobs overseas. She's brought in crime to the cities. She's taken in all of this tremendous fire. She's okay with it that took place in the Middle East. But you ask yourself, why would Muslims support Lion Kamala Harris when she embraces Muslim-hating and very dumb person Liz Cheney, a dumb person, who, by the way, lost for Congress in the biggest margin in the history of politics. She lost by almost 40 points. The reason she has that honor is that most people wouldn't have stayed in. A congressperson that's in that position normally retires before the election, which would have been a good idea for her to do. But Liz Cheney's a total loser. But her father brought years of war and death to the Middle East. He killed many Arabs, many Arabs and Muslims. And now Lion Kamala has embraced Liz Cheney. She embraced her. And why would a Muslim or why would an Arab want to vote for somebody that has Liz Cheney as her hero? Liz Cheney is a totally failed politician. Again, she set the worst record. I think it's a terrible mistake that she's made. I think it's a great insult to Muslims all over the world, and I think that she's going to do very bad in Michigan. I really do. I think she's going to do very badly. To do that was a bad thing, and I was very surprised to see it. But in one way, I was happy, because you have to understand, I'm competing against her. I'm competing against this stupid person. I think we are winning by a lot. I have a feeling we're winning by a lot. But this person cannot be president. By the way, is there any place better to be than a Trump rally? And don't get used to this, because it's only going to go on for another 2 weeks, isn't it? It's really something. It's only going to go on in 4 years, you'll be having rallies of 100 people, 200 people. Mr. Wall will be doing other things. Front row Joes are going to be doing, oh, these guys are boring as hell. We got two more weeks together with our big, we had 101,000 people in Butler. Think of that. We had 107,000 people in New Jersey. We're making a move for New Jersey, too. And 2 weeks ago in California, we had 109,000 people. So don't get too used to this. What are you going to do, Mr. Wall, when you come to a rally and there's like 150 people? What are you going to do? Oh. You like, right? Right. That's very good. That's good. Good man, I'll tell you that. When the people of North Carolina were stranded and drowning in Hurricane Helene, Kamala Harris was at a glitzy fundraiser in the city that she destroyed, San Francisco. She spent the last 4 years taking your money to provide shelter and benefits to illegal aliens, but when North Carolina needed help, Kamala Harris was nowhere to be found. They spent your money. They're going to probably have to call an emergency meeting, a special session of Congress, because the illegal migrants, many of them killers, many of them drug dealers, many of them released from prison, have taken the money that they were supposed to spend in North Carolina and Georgia and Alabama and Tennessee and Florida and South Carolina. The money was supposed to be spent in those states, and they don't have the money now. They don't have the money because they've spent think of it, hundreds of millions of dollars they've spent flying migrants into states all over the country and letting them go through your porous wall. Kamala Harris does not have the compassion, the smarts, or the strength to be president of the United States. She can't do the job. She's not mentally or physically able to do the job. And on top of all of it, she says she would not do anything differently. She would not do anything differently, she said, than crooked Joe Biden. which is disqualifying. When you see this tape, you're going to say she's disqualified. He's the worst president. 85% wrong direction. What would you do differently? Well, I can't think of anything now. Let's take a look.
Would you have done something differently than President Biden during the past 4 years?
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
I stood there on the tarmac watching you check your watch.
The chaotic and deadly U.S. evacuation from Afghanistan stunned Americans and the world and cost the lives of 13 U.S. soldiers.
Would you have done something differently?
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
More than 13,000 illegal immigrants convicted of murder have been caught at the border and then released into the United States.
An Afghan national is in custody today after being accused of plotting an election day terrorist attack. The suspect entered the U.S. on a special immigrant visa.
RFK Jr. details the murder of Georgia nursing student Lady Riley. The illegal immigrant suspect, who cops say committed the heinous murder, is a Venezuelan national who crossed the unsecured southern border back in 2022. Two men investigators say are in the country illegally from Venezuela are charged with capital murder and the death of Jocelyn Nungaray.
A fifth illegal immigrant accused of attacking two New York City police officers over the weekend showed no remorse or regret.
Would you have done something differently?
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
Only 18% say the economy is in excellent or good condition.
US inflation has hit a new 40-year high, increasing by 9.1% over the financial year.
The cost of homes have spiked. Home buyers need to earn 80% more than they did in 2020 to afford a house.
Were you the last person in the room? Yes.
So, North Carolina, if you want to end this disaster, you must go out. Just go out and vote. We got to win this. We got to get this thing. We're pleased to be joined tonight by some really great people, and one of them I'm very proud of. He's done a great job as your senator, Ted Budd. Where is Ted? Ted. Thank you, Ted. You're doing a great job. He's doing a great job. Proud of you, Ted. Really good. Congresswoman Virginia Fox, a warrior. Thank you, Virginia. Thank you. Congressman Dan Bishop. Thank you, Dan. Thank you. Thank you, Dan. A man who's been really fantastic. All I know is they had more people show up in the last 4 days than in 2016 or 2020. And many of these people lost their homes. They lost everything. And we had more people. We set a record. Can you believe that? That shows enthusiasm. That shows North Carolina GOP Chair Jason Simmons. Thank you, Jason. Great job. How are we doing, Jason? We're going to win the state big, I hope? 3 times in a row, right? Jason's great. A great friend of mine and really a friend of my boy, Don Addison McDowell. He's going to do a fantastic job. Thank you, Addison. Oh, you're looking better and better. Look at you. Looks like a real congressman. He's going to be fantastic. Somebody that I've got a lot of respect for. I have for a long time. From the day I met him, I respected him. He was a very successful businessman. He was a great senator. He's a very special guy, David Perdue. David? Thank you. Thank you, David. Thanks. One of the biggest and best developers around, a man who's made a lot of money, and he's very generous, including with North Carolina. He writes a check for everything. He's just a great person, a very generous man. Steve Witkoff. Steve, thank you for the help. Thank you. And Peter Navarro, I hope you heard from him. This guy is great. They say threat to democracy. They're a threat to democracy. Nobody would have done what they did to him. Nobody would have done what they did to Peter Navarro. He fought for our country so hard. I was witness to it for 4 years. That guy fought harder than anybody I know. And then they did what they did to him. They're a bunch of bad people. They weaponized the Justice Department. They weaponized the FBI. And I've had more investigations than any human being, including Alphonse Capone, the meanest, Scarface. I've been investigated more than Alphonse Capone. They even raided my house, little place on the beach called Mar-a-Lago. No, but think of it, they raided my house. Can you believe this is the scum that we have to deal with? This is the scum. What they did to him and other of our friends and friends of the people in this room, it's a disgrace. And Peter, you're going to go down as a hero. You watch, you watch. Thank you. And we also have former Democrat Congresswoman and 2020 Democratic presidential candidate, a woman that everybody loves. I watched her years ago where she just had so much common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. I like to say it because it's true. Like, we don't want men playing in women's sports. We want to have borders. We want to have fair elections. You know, little things like that, common sense, right? But she's here tonight, and I'm going to just ask her to come up and say a couple of words. Tulsi Gabbard.
Aloha. You know, I was a Democrat for over 20 years. Today's Democrat, thank you. Today's Democrat Party is completely unrecognizable, which points to the clear choice that we have in this election today. When you look at the party of Kamala Harris, for example, she is anti-freedom, she is pro-censorship, she is pro-open borders, and she is pro-war. Without even pretending to care about peace, as President Trump talked about, she has shamelessly embraced the endorsement and support of warmongers like Dick Cheney and Liz Cheney and others who care more about power and feeding the military-industrial complex than they care about you, the American people, and peace. President Trump has pledged to end wars, not start them. And this is why, in the eyes of the Kamala Harris-Dick Cheney Democrat Party, they will do everything possible to try to destroy him. You'll see how they have weaponized the federal government. They have weaponized law enforcement, the Department of Justice. They have done everything possible to try to silence him, to try to remove him from the ballot so we the people don't even have the choice to who we want to vote for. Why have they done this? Because this man has the courage to take them on and root out the deep rot of corruption in the swamp in Washington. Now, voters have made their voices heard loud and clear, not once, not twice, but 3 times in the last 3 presidential elections, nominating this man to be the Republican nominee for president because of his commitment to these fundamental American principles of freedom and peace and prosperity. USA. Now, to those of you here or those watching at home who are independent-minded people like myself, who love our country and are committed to the Constitution and to freedom, the Democrat Party has no home for people like us. But we do have a home in the Republican Party where we are welcomed with open arms by President Trump and so many of you who love our country. And it is because of my love for our country, and specifically because of the leadership that President Trump has brought to transform the Republican Party and bring it back to the party of the people and the party of peace, that I'm proud to stand here with you today, President Trump, and announce that I'm joining the Republican Party. I'm joining the party of the people, the party of equality, the party that was founded to fight against and end slavery in this country. It is the party of common sense and the party that is led by a president who has the courage and strength to fight for peace. So, as we stand here today, we have 14 days until the most historic election of our lives. And my message to my fellow Americans, regardless of your political affiliation, now is the time for us to stand together to save our country. There is nothing less than that that's on the line. A vote for President Trump is a vote for a big open tent party that welcomes people from all backgrounds and all walks of life. A vote for President Trump is a vote to express our deep love for our country and our appreciation for our God-given rights and freedoms enshrined in the Constitution. A vote for President Trump is a vote for secure borders and safe communities, and a vote for President Trump is a vote for peace here in America and around the world. I'm looking forward to casting my vote for President Trump because you are our best and only hope in this election to lead our country toward a future where every one of us can live in a truly free, peaceful, and prosperous nation. Every single vote will count. This is our opportunity to vote for freedom, to vote for peace, to vote for America, and vote for President Trump to go back to the White House and make America great again. Thank you so much.
I didn't know that. Thank you very much. Tulsi, that's great. Wow, that was a surprise. That was really, she's been independent for a long time. That's a great thing, a great honor. Thank you very much, Tulsi. And what a beautiful speech you made, right? Wasn't that beautiful? You know, I'd like to also honor somebody who really has gone through a lot, and I hope he's going to really be helping us a lot. He's got some tremendous ideas and for making us healthy and well, and that's RFK Jr. He's a very special guy, and I just want to thank him because he sort of came in at the same time as Tulsi, and he's got some incredible thing on your health, on women's health and all of the different elements. I may have to fight him a little bit on the environment because we have to run this country so well, but that's okay. But he's really an outstanding guy, and it was not an easy decision for him, certainly. But RFK Jr., thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. So here are the facts on Kamala, just in wrapping it up. Oh, you thought he was here? No, he wasn't. I was wondering. I said, no, he is here in spirit, I can guarantee you he's here. And I'll bring him to the next one, but you won't be here. He's great. He's got some really incredible ideas. It's incredible. So thank you very much to Bobby. But here are the facts on Kamala Harris. She's a radical left Marxist, rated even worse than crazy Bernie Sanders or Pocahontas. She destroyed our economy. She was an original creator of defund the police movement, and anybody who wants to defund the police, even for a day or a week, is not worthy of being president of the United States. Can't be. Kamala Harris vowed to abolish ICE. These are great, powerful people, strong people, because that's their job. They have to get some of the worst gang members and drug dealers and everything else out of our country. I know a lot of great, tough people right here, but they don't want that job. But she wants to get rid of them. She wants to take them out. We're not taking them out. We're going to make them bigger and stronger because we have a lot of work to do in cleaning up our country and making our country safe. She vowed repeatedly to ban fracking as California Attorney General. You know this. As California Attorney General, she redefined child sex trafficking, assault with a deadly weapon, and rape of an unconscious person as a totally nonviolent crime. Think of that. And she pledged, now she's so far left, she pledged to confiscate your guns and endorsed a total ban on handgun ownership. You know as soon as that comes up, she will literally guaranteed confiscate your guns. And she even called for free sex changes for illegal aliens in detention, all at taxpayer expense. And as you know, we had a little trip to McDonald's a couple of days ago. And she lied about working at McDonald's. It was a part of her story. I worked over the French fries, so I decided to see what it was like. And those French fries were good. They were good. They were right out of whatever the hell they may come out of, but they were. No, but think of it, and the press refuses to acknowledge it. They refuse to cover it. They have tried, and McDonald's denies it. And she never worked there. She never worked there. They went, everybody, some people went and really did spend a lot of time on it. No, she lied, and she's a liar. And on top of all of this, Kamala turned our military as woke as it can be, which is not woke because they are great. What they did for me with ISIS was, these are not woke people. But take a look.
You little scumbag! I got your name. I got your ass! You will not laugh. You will not cry. You will learn by the numbers.
Happy Pride. Happy Pride Month, and actually...
You got to remember, we won 2 world wars. We won a lot of things. Well, most recently, we did defeat ISIS, and they said that couldn't be done. It was going to take 5 years. It took 4 weeks. We have a great military, and they're not woke. Some of the stupid people up top are woke, but they're not woke. You couldn't make them woke if you tried. You couldn't make them. You could put them in what's called a woke cage for 2 years, and they'd come out fighting, believe me. So in conclusion, with your vote this November, we are going to fire Kamala Harris, and we are going to save America. With your support, we will cut your taxes, end inflation, slash your prices, raise your wages, and bring thousands of factories back to America and back to North Carolina. They're coming back. We will build American, we will buy American, and we will hire American again. I will end the war in Ukraine very quickly. I will stop the chaos in the Middle East, and I will prevent World War III from happening. We're so close. The biggest risk is this number of months before January 20th. We will crush the violent crime that's plaguing our cities and give our police the support, protection, resources, and respect they so dearly deserve. They will stop the crime. We will strengthen and modernize our military. You know, we rebuilt the entire military. And then they gave a lot of military. A lot of our military was given to Afghanistan. Isn't that nice? Think of that. How about that? That was the most embarrassing moment in the history. 13 dead soldiers, many, many horrifically wounded with arms and legs obliterated. They gave billions of dollars of equipment. They didn't take Bagram, the air base. They should have kept Bagram. It's an hour away from where China makes its nuclear missiles. Isn't that nice? They didn't take it. And we left people behind. We left Americans behind. They moved the military out first. A child. You know, I had one of the rallies, and I had this little 5 or 6 year old boy in the front row, and I called him up to the stage. His mother was horrified, you know, I understand it. But he was up here, little kid, and I gave him the facts in about 2 minutes. I said, would you move the military out first or last? I'd move the military out last, sir. These stupid people move the military out first, and you know, I didn't lose one soldier. In 18 months, I had a talk with Abdul, who was the head of the Taliban. Abdul, still there, he's still the head. And we had a talk because they were killing a lot of our soldiers with sniper fire and other things, and a lot of them with Obama and Biden, but basically Obama. I don't think Biden knew where the hell he was then either. So they were killing our soldiers, and I told them, I don't have to get into the conversation. For 18 months, we didn't lose one soldier. Then we had a tragic election, tragic. Think of our country. We wouldn't have had inflation, least importantly. We wouldn't have had inflation, but we wouldn't have had Russia going into Ukraine. Zero chance, zero. Wouldn't have ever happened. And it didn't happen for 4 years. Even the Democrats, most of them agreed, the honest ones, which there aren't too many of them, but even they say it wouldn't have happened. And October 7th with Israel would have never happened. They wouldn't have killed all those people. Those people were killed. And the hostages, now they're waiting for the hostages. There won't be many hostages. There are not going to be a lot of hostages. Those people are probably long gone, so many. I've been saying that for a long time. That's part of the problem. The other side doesn't know what to do because they don't have the hostages. It's a very sad situation. That would have never happened. All these things would have never happened. Think of the difference in the world. Viktor Orban, the head of Hungary, Prime Minister of Hungary, very powerful guy. He said, they said to him, what's going on in the world? It's blowing up in the Middle East. It's blowing up with Russia, Ukraine. What's going on? You didn't have any of this stuff when Trump was here. What is going on? He said, the problem is you don't have Trump. You put Trump back, it's all going to be better. They would have never done this with Trump as president. It's interesting. Right? Peter knows, right, Peter? We will build a missile defense shield all around our country. We're going to be safe. We're going to be made in the USA. It's going to be made in North Carolina, partially. We will land an American astronaut on Mars, and we'll call Elon, let's get going. We want to do that. But we really want to, and as part of that, we were in big trouble in space. China was lapping us, and Russia was lapping us. And I created Space Force. And now we're lapping the whole world with Space Force. They've done a great job. Part of that whole thing is about military and military protection. It's going to be very important. It's going to be one of the really best decisions we ever made doing Space Force. We will rebuild our cities, including our capital in Washington, D.C., making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. We will teach our children to love our country, to honor our history, and to always respect our great American flag. And we're going to go to Congress and ask very strongly, because that little riot that they had 3 months ago, they were burning American flags all over the place. We're going to ask Congress to, they say it's unconstitutional, I disagree, to give a 1-year prison sentence for anybody burning the American flag. Early on. That's right. That's very nice. Very good. You came prepared. Look at you. We will get critical race theory and transgender insanity the hell out of our schools. And we will keep men out of women's sports. I will defend religious liberty, I will restore free speech, and I will defend the right to keep and bear arms, our Second Amendment. After years of building up foreign nations, defending foreign borders, and protecting foreign lands, we are finally going to build up our country and defend our borders and protect our citizens. And we will stop illegal immigration once and for all, and it will be stopped. And again, we're going to let people into our country, but they're going to come into our country legally. We will not be invaded. We will not be occupied. We will not be conquered. We will be a free and proud nation once again. Everyone will prosper, every family will thrive, and every day will be filled with opportunity and hope. But for that to happen, we must defeat Kamala Harris and stop her radical left lunatic agenda. And we have to have a landslide of an election that's too big to rig. We have to get out. You got to get out. Early voting is underway, so get everyone you know, get your friends, get your family, get Alice to get her husband, who just will not get off that couch. Come on, Jack. Let's go, Jack. You got to do it, Jack. You can do it. Turn off the television just for an hour. We'll be right back, Jack. Turn off that football game. It doesn't really mean anything, Jack. Especially with the new kickoff return. Did you ever see anything so stupid in your life? They always they have to ruin things at work. Is that the most ridiculous thing you've ever seen? After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. With your help now, until Election Day, we will redeem America's promise. We will put America first, and we will take back the nation that we love. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. And we will never give in, we will never give up, we will never back down, and we will never, ever, ever, ever surrender. Together, we will fight, 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 and win, win, win. November 5th will be the most important day in the history of our country, and together we will make America powerful again. Make America wealthy again. Make America healthy again. Come on, Bobby. Bobby's gonna do it. Bobby, let's go, Bobby. You're gonna make us healthy, Bobby. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. God.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have just listened to the 45th, who some people say might be the 47th. He's been working really hard these last days, heavy. Well, he's been campaigning for a long time. However, this last 4 weeks, 3 weeks, now we have 2 weeks to go. He has been going really hard, 2-3 events per day. It's been going wild, man. It's been going wild. All right, double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. What did you think about that campaign? Riley right there. What do you think about it? Okay, because we are here for, we support free speech right here. We don't just listen to one candidate or one party. We listen to both parties, okay? So we're going to listen to the 44th president right here, Obama.
Are you fired up? Are you ready to go? Oh, it is good to be back in Madison. It is good to be here. First of all, I want to apologize. I was a little late. I love you back. And I want to make sure that the reason we were a little delayed, I was in my hometown, Chicago. I got some Chicagoans last, and so we board the plane, ready to take off, and then the pilot comes in and says, "Sir, there's a pile of oil leaking out of the back of the plane." Now, I do not know anything about planes, except for the fact that it should not leak oil. So we had a nice road trip instead. And I am glad I made it. It is great to be here in Wisconsin. It's great to be back in the Midwest, where folks got good sense. It's great to be with the next Vice President of the United States, Tim Walz. I love this guy. Love that dude. Love that man. The kind of person who should be in politics. He's a veteran, he's a teacher, he's a coach, he's a hunter, been a great governor, knows who he is and knows what's important. You can tell those flannel shirts he wears have gotten some wear. They come from his closet. Consultant didn't give it to him. Tim's got skills. The other day, I found out he can take a vintage truck apart and put it back together again. You think Donald Trump can do that? For that matter, do you think Donald Trump's ever changed a tire in his life? That's the guy, he gets a flat tire. He says, Jeeves, change that tire, please. His chauffeur. Point is, Tim will be an outstanding vice president, but he's only going to be an outstanding vice president if you vote. And that's why you're here today. I'm here to make sure that you hear from me. I am asking you to vote for your congressman, Mark Pocan, for your senator, Tammy Baldwin, and for the next president of the United States of America, Kamala Harris. And I know you've heard it about, 15 times so far today, but it's worth repeating. Here in Wisconsin, early voting starts today. If you haven't voted yet, I won't be offended if you just walk out right now. Go vote. Go do it. Return the absentee ballot. It's fine. Just remember to bring your photo ID if you're voting in person. If you need to register to vote, you can do it at your local clerk's office from now until November 1st, or when you vote on Election Day, Tuesday, November 5th. And if there's any confusion, if you need to know where your early voting site is or a drop box location, then go to wisdems.org/vote. Wisdems. Well, they're cheering for wisdems.org/vote. Don't wait. I voted yesterday. I did. I was down in Chicago. I got my ballot, filled it in, sealed it, signed it. And then I walked, which I don't always get a chance to do. And Secret Service got nervous, but I said, no, let's walk to a mailbox. And my younger staff was like, what's that blue thing? And I said, that's a mailbox. And you put stuff in it, and then it goes to the place you're sending it. They weren't familiar with mailboxes. Once you voted, then you have to help your friends and family make a plan to vote too. Because together we've got a chance to choose a new generation of leadership in this country and start building a better, stronger, fair, more hopeful America. Now, we know this election is going to be tight. It's going to be tight here in Wisconsin. It's going to be tight all across the country. And it's going to be tight because a lot of Americans are still struggling. You know, as a country, we've been through a lot over the last few years. We forget sometimes. A historic pandemic wreaked havoc on communities, on families, on businesses. And then disruptions from the pandemic caused price hikes that put a strain on family budgets. And people started feeling like no matter how hard they worked, they were just treading water. So I understand why folks are looking to shake things up. I get it. What I cannot understand is why anybody would think that Donald Trump will shake things up in a way that's good for you. That I do not understand. Because there is absolutely no evidence that this man thinks about anybody but himself. I've said it before. Donald Trump is a 78-year-old billionaire who hasn't stopped whining about his problems since he came down that golden escalator 9 years ago. And when he's complaining 2, 3 in the morning. He's texting. What's he doing? When he's not complaining, he's trying to sell you stuff. Have you noticed that? Who does that? You're running for president and you're hawking merchandise. Gold sneakers, $100,000 watch. Supposed to be Swiss watch, he says. The best watch. Why are you selling the watch? What are you doing? My favorite is the Trump Bible. True story. True story. I mean, it's embossed with his name right on it. Donald Trump edition, right next to Matthew and Luke. Donald. And I'll give you one guess where those Bibles are made. He's Mr. Tough Guy on China, except when it comes to making a few bucks. You cannot make this stuff up. You really can't. If some of this stuff happened on Saturday Night Live, you'd be like, all right, that's going too far. That didn't really happen. But it did. And he's doing it because what he cares about is his ego and his money and his status. He's not thinking about you. He sees power. He sees you as a means to his ends. He wants the middle class to pay the price for another huge tax cut that would mostly help him and his country club buddies. He doesn't care if he costs more women their reproductive freedoms because apparently it doesn't affect his life. Most of all, Donald Trump wants us to think that this country is hopelessly divided between us and them. Now, for him, us means the, quote, real Americans who support him. Anybody who doesn't, they're them. And he employs this strategy like politicians have for millennia, because having people divided and angry boosts his chances of being elected. That's his focus. Is this going to help me, not is it going to help you? And along with those intentions, there's also, as Tim talked about, there are questions about his competence. I mean, he's out there giving 2-hour speeches. It's like Fidel Castro just keeps on talking. It's just word salads. The other day he had a town hall meeting. Now, I've done my share of town hall meetings. My experience is the goal of the town hall meeting is you meet with your constituents, with citizens, with voters. You answer their questions. He decided, no, I'm not going to answer questions anymore. Let's just play music for half an hour. So he's standing there and he's swaying Ave Maria and YMCA. And you know, the governor from South Dakota, she's standing there with this weird look on her face, like she doesn't really know what's going on. She's like, it's like a hostage video. Can you imagine if Tim did that, or Kamala did that, or I did that? Now, our playlist would be better, but it would be. But you would say to yourself, this is odd behavior. He called himself the father of IVF. No, I have no idea what that means. You don't either. He said January 6th was a day of love. Right? You're going to hear this from me. Do not boo. Vote. They can't hear you boo. They can hear your vote. That's the way to send a message. So, look, my point is, you'd be worried if Grandpa was acting like this. Right? You'd call up your brother, you'd call up your cousins, you say, have you noticed? But this is coming from somebody who wants unchecked power. So, Wisconsin, we do not need to see what an older, loonier Donald Trump looks like with no guardrails. America's ready to turn the page. We are ready for a better story, Wisconsin. We are ready for a President Kamala Harris. And the good news is Kamala Harris is ready for the job. This is a leader who has spent her life fighting on behalf of people who need a voice and need a champion. Somebody who was raised in a middle-class family, who actually worked at McDonald's when she was in college to pay her expenses, didn't just pretend like he worked at McDonald's when it was closed. Someone who believes in the values that built this country, and who is as prepared for the job as any nominee for president has ever been. So, the point is, Kamala knows you, she knows your life. She knows what it's like to scrap and to strive and to work hard and to see her mom worry about the bills. So does Tim. So if you elect them, they will be focused on your problems. They understand that too many folks here in Wisconsin are struggling to pay the bills. And understand, wages have been steadily growing. Unemployment has been dropped. Has dropped. Inflation is finally slowing. But the price of everything from healthcare to housing to groceries is still too high, and it hurts. So the question is not, do you want to see better? The question is, who's going to actually do something about this? So, par for the course, Donald Trump's plan is to give another massive tax cut to billionaires and big corporations. And I've talked to some folks, and they'll say, yeah, but I do remember the economy was pretty good when Trump first came in office. And I said, yeah, because it was my economy. I had spent 8 years cleaning up the mess that the Republicans left me. I had spent 8 years getting the auto industry back on track, reopening factories. So when I handed over 75 straight months of job growth, to Donald Trump. All he did was give a tax cut to people who didn't need it, drove up the deficits in the process. So don't have nostalgia for what his economy was, because that was mine. And now he wants to do it again. When it comes to health care, Donald Trump's got one answer, and that is to end the Affordable Care Act, not because he's got a good reason for it, but because it's Obamacare, right? So a couple of weeks ago, but the problem is, the problem that he's got now is that it's popular because 50 million people have used it and are still using it. And so when he was asked about it, when his running mate was asked about it during their debate, the guy's got the nerve, the chutzpah, to say Donald Trump salvaged the Affordable Care Act. Now, come on, man. Donald Trump spent his entire presidency trying to tear it down, and he couldn't even do that right. And now, 8 years after elected, you know, some of y'all watched the debate. 8 years later, he's asked about it during his debate with Kamala, and they say, well, you want to get rid of Obamacare, what would you replace it with? He says, well, I've got concepts of a plan. Now, I want you to think about this for a second. So let's say your boss gives you an assignment. Says, I need it by Friday. Friday rolls around. And your boss says, so did you finish that project I asked for? You say, well, I haven't actually started, but I do have a concept for a plan. Or you could try it at home. Honey, did you do the dishes? Not yet. But I do have a concept of a plan for doing the dishes. How's that gonna go? If it wouldn't work for you, it shouldn't work for the President of the United States. So, but the good news is, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, they don't have concepts of a plan. They have an actual plan to make your life better. Tim just talked about it. They're going to bring down costs by going after corporations that unfairly jack up prices. They're going to make it more affordable to build a home and to buy a home. They're going to limit out-of-pocket health care costs. They're going to give a tax cut to 100 million middle-class and working-class Americans. $6,000 tax credit. $6,000 tax credit. If you're having a child in that first year of life, and that helps. Those of you who've had kids, that's expensive. $6 grand, you know, that helps with a car seat, crib, diapers. I remember diapers. I remember changing Malia and Sasha's diapers. Do you think Donald Trump ever changed his diaper? He'd be like Jeeves. Jeeves, change that diaper. He'd have somebody else do it. But so that's who Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are. They've got actual plans. That's what they stand for, not concepts of a plan. Now, if you challenge Trump or Vance on these concepts, they'll fall back on one answer. Blame the immigrants. He wants you to believe that if you let him round up whoever he wants and ship them out, all your problems will be solved. Now, I want to talk about this. This is serious. We have a real issue at the borders. We're a nation of immigrants and we are a nation of laws. We've got to make sure the system works the way it's supposed to, in an orderly fashion. So there's work to be done there. But when I keep on hearing from these guys, I scratch my head. Because they like to talk about Kamala being vice president for 4 years. Well, wasn't he president for 4 years? I know it's shocking. I know there's some PTSD going on and people are blocking it out. He was. So if this concept of a plan of rounding up and deporting millions of desperate people, many of them women and children, was the answer to everything, well, why is it that the number of undocumented immigrants was basically the same when he left office as when he took office? And I'll tell you why. Because he did not have a real plan. He had a concept of a plan, and it was a mean and ugly concept. You know what would actually help bring order to the border and fix our immigration system? The bipartisan deal that Kamala Harris supported, even though it was written by one of the most conservative Republicans in Congress. And I want you to know, hear me out now. Hear me out, because there are a lot of people here in Wisconsin and around the country who are actually concerned about this. I cannot emphasize this enough. Democrats and Republicans, conservative Republicans, came together with a concrete plan that would have put more enforcement at the border, more judges to process issues, all this stuff. Donald Trump lobbied actively and told Republicans to vote against it because he figured it was better to have an issue that he could run on for his presidential campaign. He was not interested in actually trying to solve problems. Do not boo. Do not boo. Vote. We do not need a president who will make problems worse just to make his politics better. We need a president who actually cares about solving problems and making your life better. And that's what Kamala Harris will do. That's what Tim Walz will do. And to help them do it, they're going to need a Senate full of public servants like Tammy Baldwin. Tammy has spent her career fighting for things like good jobs and affordable health care and medication and personal freedom, and she knows how to make a difference. You know, we were just talking about the Affordable Care Act. Well, as some of you know, and some of you have used, one of the provisions in the Affordable Care Act says that young people, when they're just getting started, can stay on their parents' health care plan until they're 26. Now, Tammy Baldwin wrote that part of the bill because she knew how important it was to Wisconsin families. That's the kind of person we need in Washington. The kind of person who's going to help Kamala and Tim get stuff done, and who share our values and want to move the country forward and not backward. I miss you too. That's why I came. Now, one of these values is freedom. So let's talk about that for a second. I do not think we have ever had, I don't think we've ever had an election where candidates understand the concept, the idea, and the reality of freedom so differently. Because for Donald Trump and his cronies, freedom basically means getting away with stuff. It means, well, you know, if I want to bust a union, I can get away with that. And no, do not move. Vote. But his attitude is, well, that's freedom. I want to pollute this close by river because it'll save me some bucks. I won't have to. I can go ahead and do that. So to them, freedom is letting powerful people do whatever the heck they want with no consequences. It's like he said in the middle of the pandemic, when people were dying, hospitals were overrun. Donald Trump actually uttered the words, "I do not take any responsibility at all." I am not sure any American president has ever said those words before. But that's his idea of freedom. I do what I want, and I'm not held accountable, and I'm not responsible for anything. We have a broader idea of freedom. We believe that true freedom gives each of us the right to make decisions about our own life. And it requires us to recognize that other people have the freedom to make different choices. And that's true even on the most contentious issues. I have always said there are good people of conscience on both sides of the abortion divide. I respect those whose faith tell them that this isn't something they support. But if we believe in freedom, then we should at least agree that such a deeply personal decision should be made by the woman whose body is involved and not by politicians. And most Americans believe that as well. Most Americans believe that as well, which is why it's been fascinating watching Donald Trump just tie himself into a pretzel on this issue. When he ran for president the first time, he said he'd support punishing women who got abortions. Then a few weeks ago, he tells women, don't worry, I'll be your protector. You heard Tim talk about how Donald Trump actually protected you. Roe versus Wade overturned. Trump abortion bans in 20 states. He's out there saying everybody wanted it this way. No, they did not. But Donald Trump may be confused about this. You can't be. You need to be clear about what's at stake here. Tammy Baldwin actually introduced a bill that would restore the reproductive freedom that women had for nearly 50 years. If Congress passes that bill, Kamala Harris will sign it into law. Now, it's an example of how, as frustrating as politics can be sometimes, and I know it can be frustrating. Look, I do not watch cable news. I really don't. There are times where I don't understand how we got so toxic and just so divided and so bitter, and I get why sometimes people just don't want to pay attention to it. And we all have friends like that. We have family members who just like, you know, it's all a circus out there. I get that. But elections really do matter. Who you vote for matters. Not because it's going to change every problem we got. No president, no vice president, no senator, no governor is going to solve every problem. We're not going to eliminate poverty overnight. We're not going to change, you know, race relations right away. You know, we're born into history, and change takes time, and so sometimes I think we expect so much, and then we're disappointed when everything's not immediately solved. And we start thinking politics doesn't matter. But the thing is, what politics can do, what elections can do, they can make your life a little better, your neighbor's life a little better, or they can make it a little worse. And that little bit of better or a little bit of worse, that adds up. And sometimes I have to talk to people who don't think there's going to be a difference whether Kamala Harris or Donald Trump wins. And they're not bad people. They just don't think politics matters to their lives, and I have to remind them. You know, the Affordable Care Act, it didn't eliminate all problems with health care, but there are 50 million people who got health care that didn't have it before. There are more than 50 million people who had pre-existing conditions. And it used to be they couldn't get coverage. If you had a sick kid, you know, with a chronic illness, you're a parent, you might not be able to get insurance for your child before the Affordable Care Act. And now you had to make a choice. Are you going to sell your house in order to get that child the care that they need? Imagine that. You don't have to imagine it. That's what was going on. That's not true now because of elections, because of politics. It made a difference to them. Some people in this auditorium saw a concrete benefit in their lives as a consequence of elections. I'll give you one more example. And I know, look, I know I'm going a little long here, but I want to really button this down. I'll give you another example. When I was president, last couple years in office, I took an interest in what scientists were saying, that with globalization and travel and growing populations, at some point, we were going to see a serious pandemic. So this is back in 14, 15, 16. So I said to my team, we need to get a plan together, just like we have one for natural disasters. You have to practice. You have to have a sense of how are you going to respond if there's a flood, a hurricane, an earthquake. And I said we need to do the same thing with the pandemic. So we put together a playbook, and we consulted with all the experts, and then we had every agency talk about, all right, how are we going to work with the public health agencies in the states, and how are we going to deal with the schools? Do we keep them open? How long? What are we going to do in terms of developing vaccines? Had a whole playbook, put it all together, big thing. Then we did tabletop exercise with all the agencies. Let's practice how we're going to deal with this. So when Donald Trump comes into office, we gave him that playbook. And apparently it got dropped into a trash bin. And hold on a second. So 3 years later, a pandemic hits. Now, I want to be fair on this. I understand what I'm saying. No matter who was president, if I had been president, if Hillary Clinton had been president, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, it doesn't matter. This was going to be a problem. People were going to get sick. People were going to die. Businesses were going to shut down for a while. Travel was going to be restricted. It was something we hadn't seen since 1918, right? So it was going to be a challenge. But if you look at a country like Canada, their per capita death rate was 60% lower than the United States. Now, I want you to do the math. Let's say we lost more than 1 million people from COVID in the United States. 60% difference. That's 600,000 people. People's grandparents, people's parents, cousins, brothers, friends, co-workers. Most of you know somebody whose lives was touched. 60% might be alive if we had a capable, competent government that was paying attention. So if somebody tells you it does not make a difference whether you elect someone who's competent, somebody who cares about you, somebody who listens to experts and listens to ordinary people and knows what their lives are like and what they're going through, it makes a difference. It's going to make a difference to them, and it's going to make a difference to you. And if that's not enough, you got to remind them this election is about more than just policies. It's about values, and it's about character. Some of you know that when I was growing up, I didn't have a father in the house. Parents divorced when I was 2, didn't really know my father. But I did have people around me. I had a stepfather for a while. I had grandparents, teachers, coaches, most of all my mom, who tried to teach me the difference between right and wrong, who showed me what it meant to be honest and to work hard and to be responsible and to treat people the way I wanted to be treated. And I'll be honest with you, sometimes, like most young people, like teenagers, I didn't always live up to those values. I made mistakes. I tried to learn from them. But I internalized those values, right? And I tried to live up to them. And most of you grew up the same way. And one of the disturbing things about this election, about Trump's rise in politics, is how we seem to have set aside the values that we were taught. Down in Chicago, I saw an old friend of mine, Jeff Tweedy. He's a, some of you guys know Wilco. His dad worked in rail cars, I think it is. union guy. And I think his name was, he said his name was Robert E. Lee Tweedy. And so Jeff was describing how he had to persuade his dad to vote for me that first time. But over time, I guess he became a supporter. But his dad said something interesting when he told me when Trump came into office. He said, I never thought I'd see my fellow workers suck up to the boss's son like that, which was interesting. But it had to do with values. That's what he was talking about, right? Character. What do you stand for? Who are you? What do you believe in? So a few weeks ago, we had one of the deadliest hurricanes in American history. And Biden and Harris, they're down there in North Carolina. They're meeting with local officials. They're comforting families. And in the midst of that, Donald Trump and his running mate are making up stories about how the Biden administration is withholding aid and giving it to undocumented workers and not giving it to Republican areas, just making stuff up. And even the MAGA Republicans down in those areas on the ground said it was a bald-faced lie. It is shameful. When did something like that become okay? No matter where you stand on the issues, how could you go along with something like that? These are people at their most vulnerable. They're in desperate situations, and you're going to make stuff up, and suddenly you got FEMA workers being threatened, people not applying for aid because they got told by a former president who's running for president that FEMA's not doing the right thing. If your coworkers acted like that, they wouldn't be your coworkers for very long. If you had a family member who acted like that, you might still love them, but you wouldn't put them in charge of nothing. And yet, hold up. And yet, when Donald Trump lies or cheats or bullies somebody or shows utter disregard for our Constitution, when he calls service members who died in battle losers, when he calls our fellow citizens vermin, people make excuses for it. He's making a joke. He doesn't mean it. It's okay. The attitude is it's okay as long as their side wins. And I've noticed this especially with some men who think Trump's behavior is somehow a sign of strength. You never apologize for anything. You're not accountable for anything. I'm here to tell you that's not what real strength is. Never has been. Real strength's about working hard. Real strength's about taking responsibility for your actions. Real strength's about telling the truth even when it's inconvenient. Real strength is about helping people who need it and standing up for those who can't stand up for themselves. That's what we should want for our daughters and our sons. That's what I want in the President of the United States. And the good news is, Wisconsin, that you have candidates to vote for in this election who have demonstrated that kind of character, who have demonstrated that kind of strength, who will set a good example, who will do the right thing. They won't be perfect. They will not solve all your problems. There will still be issues out there that we have to address, but they will lead this country better than they found it. That's the choice in this election. It is not just policies that are on the ballot. It is who we are and what we stand for. So whether this election is making you feel excited or scared or hopeful or frustrated or anything in between, do not sit back and hope for the best. Do not think this is a distraction or a joke. Get off your couch and do what? Put down your phones and do what? Vote for Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States. Vote for Tim Walz as the next vice president of the United States. Vote for Tammy Baldwin and this whole incredible Wisconsin Democratic ticket. Get your family and friends and neighbors and co-workers to do the same. If enough voices are heard, we'll leave no doubt about the outcome of this election. We will leave no doubt about who we are. We'll send a message about what America stands for. And together we will keep building a country that is more fair and more just and more equal and more free.
Thank you for tuning in one more time. We just heard the 44th. He is campaigning hard, really hard, for the vice president of the United States. And it's what he has to do. It's what he has to do at this point because, everybody's going hard. Everybody wants to win. The Republican wants to win. The Democratic Party wants to win. So it is what it is. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. All right. So, oh man, it's getting spicy, y'all. It's getting spicy. Okay. Should we keep going? Do you want to keep going or you guys want to go to sleep? Do you want to keep going or you want to go to sleep? Yeah, we're finna keep going.
Wow, got so quiet.
So this is the former president, the 45th. Trump holds Latino Americans for Trump event at Trump National Doral, Miami, Florida. We're going to watch this. If you want to go to sleep, put it in the chat. If you want to keep going, let's keep going.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. Great honor. I just saw a poll that we're actually leading with Hispanics. That's never happened before. I don't know, but it's going to be close. I mean, she's sleeping right now. She couldn't go on the trail. You'd think when you have 14 days left, you wouldn't be sleeping. She's not doing anything today. I should take one of that. We've gone 52 days in a row, and I'm going 14 more days, and we're going to have a big victory party, hopefully, and we're going to turn our country around. We're going to make it great again, as I say. We're going to make America great again, but we are joined by a lot of fantastic people, a lot of great political people, and it really is an honor to have you at Doral, especially. This has been a very special place for me. It's been a great success. I want to thank all of the representatives from the Doral area because the mayor and everybody. Where's Christy? Is she around? Let's see.
Right here.
Christy. Oh, Christy. Christy. Oh, my Christy. Boy, oh, boy. Hi, Christy. Hi, sweetie. You've been so great. We've been so great, and we worked together for a long time, right? Although she's so young, it's not that long. It can't be that long, but it is. 13 years? Wow.
Since you bought the resort?
That's pretty good, yeah, since I bought it. And you've been great. Thank you very much for everything. And we're going to just say a few words. We're going to talk about what's happening with the election. We'll take some questions from the fake news. And we will get on with it. We have a great panel today, and I appreciate it. We have some real religious leaders. They're the most powerful ones on the panel by far, right? Right, Christy? They're the most powerful. And look at that gentleman. That's the biggest church I've ever seen in my life, right? When we need overflow, we use your church, and we get great people in that church, and you are fantastic. So I want to thank all of the people that have been supporting us for so long and so strongly. We're doing very well. The polls are looking great, and I think maybe more important than even the polls are the initial numbers are looking incredible. You know, in North Carolina, I was there, did 3 stops there actually yesterday, and one quite a way right after this horrible event happened. But in North Carolina, we have just an amazing result going on because we were expected to maybe have 50% of the vote or 30%. Nobody knew what was going to happen. The place was, the people were wiped out. And in some of the worst hit sections, they had more people voting than they had in 2016 or in 2020. Can you believe it? Nobody expected that. They thought if we got 50%, I mean, you have to see the homes were just absolutely leveled, floated away, many of them. And there was death. There was death. And FEMA's responded not well. The White House has done a very poor job. They should be ashamed of themselves, actually. But the people kicked in. Franklin Graham's been fantastic. And we've raised a lot of money. We've raised a lot of money for the area, a lot of money, over $8 million and we've given out to various people that we know do a good job. I met some people there yesterday that were incredible. A couple of them said the nicest things. I think the nicest, the most beautiful things I've ever had said about me. I thought I heard everything. I've heard everything, good and bad. And they said the most beautiful things. So, so I just want to thank them. The words were so beautiful. So, Doral Mayor Christy Fraga, and thank you very much. Miami Mayor Francis Suarez, wherever Francis is, and I just saw him on television. He was on Fox, and he was saying the best things about me. And thank you for everything and the endorsement and all. Thanks a lot, Francis. You're doing a great job too, both of you. Everybody should have mayors like this. We see some mayors. We see a lot of mayors that aren't quite as good, I will tell you, and some that aren't good at all. The mayor of Hialeah, Esteban Bobo. And you know why I love you is because he named their main street after Trump. Going right into Hialeah, going into the track, it's Trump. So many people call me. They say, thank you, Mayor. They say, I just saw the most beautiful street. It's got your name on it. And that's sort of one of the first. And I really appreciate it, Mayor. You've been great. Members of Congress, Maria, Elvira, Salazar, thank you. Thank you, Maria, very much. And a friend of mine for a long time, Carlos Jimenez. He's been a friend of mine for a long time. Where is he? And you were also great today, Carlos. I watched you. You got up and you let him have it. You said how bad she is, how good I am. And I said, that's my Carlos. And she is bad. Look, we don't need bad people. We had 4 years of bad, and we're not going to have 4 more years. The country can't survive it. It is amazing. Think of it. I said, where is she campaigning today? Sir, she's got a day off. You got 14 days left for the presidency, and she's taking a day off. This is not what you want. This is not what you want. Matt, say hello, Matt. My friend for a long time, huh? A man who has been incredible. He owns Goya Foods. I eat it whenever I can. So Bob, and everyone knows him, but I think you're probably the most well-known. You know, they attacked Bob. He announced that he's in favor of Trump. And, you know, the radical left lunatics went crazy. They just went crazy. And they do things that probably are illegal. Probably. I think it's actually illegal. They'll go after companies. They'll go after viciously. They'll never go after your oil company. But they'll go after. You wouldn't stand for it either. But Bob did something that was amazing. He said, you know, some people fold because they're weak. And they make a mistake in folding. Because once you fold, then they go after you again and again. But Bob did it different with Goya. He was very proud of it, and he went out there and he said, that's right, we love Trump, we love everything that they like our policies, number one. He likes our policies, then he got to like me. But he went, and everybody thought, oh, this would be bad for his business. And his business doubled and then tripled, and then, right? I made him a lot of money because we have tremendous support. And you've been just a great friend for a long time now, right? For a long time. He took some heat at the beginning, but he handled it really incredibly. And whenever I see your food, as opposed to some, I eat it. It's actually quite good out of the can. We do actually travel with cans. You know, people don't know that. We do travel with cans. Anyway, I want to thank you very much. Mario Rodriguez. Mario. Thank you. Thank you. Oh. Thank you, Mario. Do you want to say something, Mario? Yeah. Go ahead.
I mean, Mr. President, it's amazing what you've done for the Hispanic community, and you are going to be rewarded handsomely for that.
Thank you. Well, we have, and they've rewarded me already. You know, it actually, this love affair has been going on pretty much from the beginning. Now, 2016, it was a little early, but then I started producing for them, and they produced for the country because the level of genius, entrepreneurship, energy that they have, it's an incredible community. And I liked them, and they liked me, and now they're seeing numbers that are shocking. They're seeing numbers. I saw it this morning. The anchor was almost crying. They said, "What's going on over here?" It's been a great relationship. Thanks a lot, Mario. Mercedes Schlapp, thank you, Mercedes, very much. Thank you. Thank you, Mercedes. And a man who's really, he's got it, Pastor Ramiro Peña. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Pastor. Eduardo, thank you very much for being here. Big movie star from Mexico. He's done a great movie. We watched it together, Freedom, and really great. And you're doing another one very soon, I think, on a similar subject, right? That's a very sad subject, but that really did create awareness for a very tough situation. So we appreciate it very much. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. Rick Scott's around someplace. Where's Rick? Hello, Rick. Hi, Rick. I just saw a poll. I saw two things. I saw a very nasty commercial about you, and it was false. I was going to call you, and I said, maybe he's going to be there. Nasty but false commercial. Such a lie. But don't worry, I have a lot of them about me. And it hasn't affected us. But Rick is fantastic. He was a great governor, and he's a great senator. He's a great senator. And the good news is I saw a poll, and you're really doing great. So you're doing really fantastic, Rick. But just keep it going. So this election is a choice between whether we will have 4 more years of total failure, because what's going on now, we are a nation in decline. We're a failing nation. We're laughed at all over the world. No matter where you go, they laugh at us. They can't even believe what's happening. And I'll tell you what, she's worse than he is. And they do lie. I was just saying to Rick, you know, the lies. They say the exact, I'll have like 10 different things where I'm this, I'm this, I'm this, I'm this. Everybody knows it. The media knows it. They do nothing to change it. And then they come out with a commercial saying exactly the opposite. I mean, things like, I'm in favor of, or let's say they even say it differently, I'm against fracking. That's the first time I've ever heard it. Trump is against fracking. They do things that is just, and she's against fracking, but now she says she's for it. So I've had Hillary, I've had Sleepy Joe, I've had a lot of people that I've run against now. And, you know, on a different scale, I work with senators and trying to get them elected. We're doing very well, the Republicans. I think we could end up, I don't want to use numbers, but we could end up surprisingly good, right, Rick? It could be a number that people would be shocked at if you would have said it even 2 months ago. And I'm helping all of them, every one of them. And we had some great results. We've had some results that are really surprising. But this is the one, this woman is the worst, the lying. It's just unbelievable. Like the IVF, the fertilization. I came out totally in favor of it right from the beginning. She said, I'm against it. Carlos, she goes, he's totally against it. Every single item that having to do with energy, having to do with everything. And then she's got the worst governor in the country, probably the worst. I think she made a horrible mistake. We'll see what happens on November 5th, you know. Let's see what happens. But there's something wrong with him, honestly. There's something wrong. And there's something wrong with her, too. She's slow, low IQ, something. I don't know what the hell it is, but they lie. We don't need another low IQ person. We had one for 4 years. We don't need another one. But I mean, crooked Hillary lied, but she didn't do it like this. I mean, she wouldn't take things that were so obvious and just say the opposite. They say the exact opposite. And as you know, there are 15 different elements of policy that she changed. She was in favor of sex changes for prisoners at their will, paid for by the government. And now she says, no, I don't think that would be a good idea. She was totally, I mean, when you talk about fracking, she said no fracking under, I mean, we have 25 commercials. Sometimes we put them on simultaneously. She's just, and now all of a sudden, I love fracking. I think it's wonderful. Although today, though, it came out, they had a bad thing come out today. One of her people said she's essentially against fracking. And it's very interesting when that came out. It was sort of a big story. One of her top people said that because that's where they are, Rick. That's where they are. They're against fracking. They're never going to, and they're against anything having to do with what's under the ground. And that's what, Germany just went through it. They almost destroyed themselves. They went into a situation where they were putting windmills all over the place, and the wind wasn't blowing so much. And if they kept that process going, Germany would right now be bust. That's I guess one of the primary reasons that Angela is not there anymore. They tried it. They had solar. They had solar fields that's so big. I mean, I saw a solar field come, and I'm in favor of solar, but it's not the same thing. It's got to fire up these massive plants. It's not going to. But I saw a solar field the other day that looked like it took up half the desert. I'd never saw anything like it. It's all steel and glass and wires, and it looks like hell. And you see rabbits, they get caught in it, and for the environmentalists, it's just terrible. I like, some applications where you have it on a roof or you have it on something, but I'm looking at solar fields that are like miles and miles of just, and what it does to your desert areas or the areas that you're putting, it's just crazy. We have stuff right under the ground. Natural gas, we have things that, we had the cleanest air that we've ever had during my administration, and yet we also had more jobs, more productivity. We had the best numbers we've ever had. We had the lowest taxes we paid in our. So we're in a race, and we're in a race with some very sick people. They're liars. They just lie. They lie about everything. And I was going to hit her really hard on the trail today, but now I don't have to because she's off. She's off. No, I can't get over it. Who the hell takes off? We have 14 days left, and she'll take a couple of more days off, too. You know why? She's lazy as hell, and she's got that reputation. She's a radical left lunatic. She's further left than Bernie Sanders or Pocahontas. Now, Pocahontas, because I think, is Pocahontas further left than Bernie? Just about, right? It's close. It's close. Who the hell cares, right? Rick says, I don't know. But they're out there. But she's the furthest left. We can't have a person. She's a Marxist. Her father's a Marxist professor. By the way, the fake news, look at all of them. Where is the father? We should interview, because I'd find it interesting to see what he has to say. He's, I don't know, they seem to have a problem, but it would be nice to interview the father. He's a Marxist professor. And I think that's okay. That's good, fine. But I think it's appropriate that the father be interviewed by the fake news. They don't want to interview him, and I wonder why. If we had a real press in this country, this wouldn't even be a race. And I'm not sure it is a race anyway. They just came out with the Atlanta Constitution, just came out with a poll that we're 5 up in Georgia. We're up in... And let's see what happens, because it all doesn't matter, because, bad things happen. Some very, very bad things happened last time. But this time we don't have COVID, and it's going to be a lot harder for them to do bad things. So we're going to see. We have tremendous people. We have a lot of lawyers working. We have lawyers working, numbers of lawyers that nobody's ever seen before, because we're not going to play games, because we're going to lose our country. Our country's failing. We don't know what we're doing. We're laughed at all over the world. President Xi thinks we're stupid. Putin thinks we're stupid. That would have never happened. Putin, if I were president, Putin would have never, ever gone into Ukraine. Now we have a number of dead people that's so much greater than what they say. They knocked down an apartment house that's 2 blocks long. They're big buildings in Ukraine, 2 blocks long and 20 stories high, and they say one person was slightly injured. No, many people were killed when they did that. And these towns and cities all over Ukraine are knocked down. Millions of people. I mean, when you look at the total number of dead from that war, and it would have never happened, should have never happened, there was 0 chance His energy policy also helped it happen because he drove energy through the roof because he doesn't know what the hell he's doing. And if you look at now, Israel, October 7th, that would have never happened. But if Bibi Netanyahu followed the plan of Biden, he didn't want him to do anything. And a bad thing happened today, you probably heard. Now, the press isn't covering it very much, which is just incredible. Possibly our Defense Department or somebody. Anyway, it was leaked, the entire military plan of Israel. The military plan, the plans they have at the highest level, it was leaked. Highly confidential information. It was leaked by our somebody. They have no idea who did it. Can you imagine you're fighting a war and you have your Americans, Carlos, can you imagine anything like that? Did you hear this? You know, they leaked all the information about the way that Israel's going to fight and how they're going to fight and where they're going to go. And somebody, who did that? Can you imagine somebody doing that? That's the enemy. I guess that maybe is the enemy from within, as I talk about. We have an enemy from within. They hate to talk about it. But could you imagine? Could you imagine? So we just can't stand for this incompetence anymore. We are an incompetently run country. We are led by a man that, first of all, look, I'm not a fan of his, but what they did to him was incredible. He had 14 million votes. He won the primary fair and square. He had 14 million votes, and they came to him. They said he had a bad debate. He didn't do well, and his numbers went down, but I think he would do, probably in the end, he might do better than her because she's more incompetent than he is. I think she's grossly incompetent. And I don't want to be nice about it because we can't take a chance. Nobody knows who she is. You say Harris. Her name is Harris. Who the hell is Harris? Nobody, even political people don't know. Rick Scott has no idea who the hell Harris is. No, people don't know who Harris is. But now they're finding out that she's a radical left lunatic, and we can't take a chance on losing this election because if we lose this election, we may not have a country anymore. We may not. And I've heard this from a lot of very smart people that are very straight down the middle. They say we may never have an election again in this country. This is where we're going. I used to say that if we don't do something, we all know what's happened with Venezuela. This was 20 years ago one of the great countries of the world, and now it's troubled, to put it mildly. And I said it would be Venezuela on steroids, meaning a bigger version. That can happen. Who would think it can happen? But I see it because I see the people that we deal with. And these people they don't love our country. They don't love our country. And we're going to do something about it, but we have to win the election. So, you know, when they get up and they lie about every single thing, they tell you they know your position. And in my case, it's been my position for many years. One of the people said the other night on television, he's a great guy, Jesse Waters, he said, whether you like Trump or not, his position's been the same for 30 years. I mean, it's been the same. I want strong borders. I don't want foreign countries to rip us off, Max. We're being ripped off by everybody, and our friends do it worse than our enemies. It's incredible. We had that very well going, and we did a good job on that, but we're going to do the ultimate job. We're going to bring a lot of those jobs back. I think we're going to bring more than we lost back, and it's going to happen very fast through intelligent taxation, tariffs, and incentives, and you're going to have companies pouring into our country, and they're going to be very happy. I think that's why I'm doing so well in Michigan. That's why the auto workers like Trump so much. You know, their union head is a stiff. He's a total stiff. He has no clue. He has no clue. He wants to go all electric. And all electric cars, you know, they want to have all electric cars. And they're wonderful. You know, I think they're great. They have an application, but we want gasoline-propelled cars. We want hybrids. We don't want hydrogen, Max, because they blow up and you are no longer recognizable, Max. This guy owns more gas stations than any guy. He owns so many gas stations, he doesn't know what to do with them, right? But and he's a great American too, by the way. He's started with nothing, and he's a very successful man. He's a great man. So I just want to thank you all. We can't play games with these people. These are people that are dangerous people. And again, you know, Hillary and Biden. Now, Biden didn't tell the truth very much, but he was much better than this one. This one is just an outright, I've never seen anything like it. Point after point after point, and then they do ads and they just say this stuff. And I just wonder, I hope the public is understanding it. I hope, because I found the public to be amazingly smart. They get it. I found it to be amazing that they get it. But the level of lying is just incredible. I mean, to a point where I can't even imagine it's legal. I was asking some of these lawyers, some of the top guys, I said, can they absolutely, 2 weeks before an election, go out and do an ad where every one of your policies are the exact opposite? Isn't that election interference, and isn't that fraud? And isn't there a court that can do something about that? But the end result is, we can talk about it here and people can listen and they understand it. I think they understand it. So maybe what we'll do is we'll go around, take a couple of questions, and have a little fun, okay? It's an honor to be with everybody, and especially this great Hispanic community. Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. President, you know that the Latino community loves you, and it was such an honor. It was such an honor to work for you at the White House all 4 years, and I got a front row seat of how much you cared about the Latino community, and you delivered results, and you didn't pander to us. You gave us opportunity, and that's what we want. We want the American dream. My mother was born in Mexico, my dad was born in Brooklyn with very humble means, and they worked very hard and achieved the American dream. So that's how what other country could a little girl from East LA make it to the White House to work for President Trump? And thank you. And that dream is achievable through jobs. And we care, like all Americans, about the #1 issue, and that's jobs and the economy. And we have some amazing business owners here, sir, that want to tell you about how it was under your administration and what the trouble they're having. And so we have Joel Garza, who's here, who owns many Sonic franchises, among many other things. He's an entrepreneur. And so, Joel, why don't you tell the president and everybody here about what you're experiencing?
Thank you, Mr. President,
Thank you.
to have us here and taking the time to be with us today. It's been the last 3.5 years, the worst years for businesses. Inflation, interest rates with banks, prices, everything, is nothing compared to 2017 to 20, when you were, at the White House. And my biggest issue is going to be, it's easy to destroy what you build. But I don't think it's enough time for you in 4 years to rebuild again what these people destroy. I live in the city of Houston. In the last 2 years, 30% increase in property taxes. And we got a great governor. Governor Abbott, he's a great guy.
It's true.
Great guy, but we need your help as soon as possible. We need you help us with banks to stop regulations. It's just so difficult right now to create more jobs.
I think we're going to get it going very quickly, actually. I think it's a lot of time, and we have some very good foundation. We have, as an example, the tax bill that we passed. We gave you the biggest cut in taxes in the history of the country, bigger than the Reagan cuts. And all of that stuff, it's going to be very hard for them to give it up. I can't imagine politically that it would be possible. It would be a disaster for the country if that could lead to a depression, frankly, if they gave that up. But we have a great foundation to build on, and we're going to have things. So we're going to have a lot of companies coming in very fast. And I know your area does have some problems, incredibly. People don't talk about that, but they do. But most areas have problems because the policies of this administration, they don't even have a policy. They're like, they don't have a policy. There's nothing. They don't have anything. They don't know what they're doing. I mean, think of it. They want to go to all electric cars, the whole thing electric. They need $9 trillion, I read the other day, to do a charging station, Max. He owns the gasoline stuff, and to do a charging station. And they built 8 charging stations up in the Midwest someplace. They spent $9 billion. I kid you not. You know what that is? A charging station is like a gas pump. It's the equivalent of a gas pump. They spent $9 billion for 8 charging stations. So if you look at it that way, if you did the whole country, you would have spent $30 trillion, okay? Which is more than the country, which is every country in the world. It's so out of control. It's so horrible. And they don't want to change. The truckers came in to see me. The truckers are great. They have trucks that can go from New York to Los Angeles on a tank of diesel fuel. And they came in almost crying. They said, these people are crazy. They want us to go to electric trucks. And the problem is they don't go far. They'd have to stop 6 times. I mean, you talk about no deliveries. They have to stop 6 times. They're 2.5 times heavier than gasoline or diesel. So the truck would weigh 2.5. I said, well, that could be a problem, right? Yes, you'd have to rebuild every bridge in the United States because they can't hear. What do you think of that, Carlos? So now if you're a child, you'd say, okay, that doesn't work. You know, those 2 things, right? It doesn't go far. And the other thing, third thing, is they'd have to use half of the capacity for the battery because the battery takes up tremendous amounts of room, much more than a load of diesel fuel, which is, you know, something. And by the way, even little things, I'll give you little boring facts. As the truck goes, the fuel gets lighter, the battery stays the same weight. So it's massively heavy, and it takes up about 50% of the area that you're supposed to use to transport it. So it doesn't work. So normally what you do is say, all right, after about, would you say 3 minutes, Carlos? 3 minutes, you'd say, okay, let's get on to the next. That doesn't work. They say, we don't care. We want you to do it. And these truckers are beside themselves. They're going to be forced to do electric trucks. They're not going to work. Maybe someday in the future, I don't know, maybe someday, but it's possible it'll never work because it's so crazy. But think of it, just the weight or the distance, they don't go far. The cost is astronomical. And these guys are going to be all put out of business. You're not going to have any truckers. And they say, we don't care. Build it. That's what we want. We want all electric trucks soon. Like, you give them such a short period of time. These are big. One gentleman had 29,000 trucks. And he said to me, you know, I've been buying trucks for 50 years, and every damn year they got better and bigger and stronger and more efficient. Every single year. And then we build the cabs. We build apartments at the back of those trucks. And I'll tell you, sir, I know you like luxury. You'd be proud to live in one of those trucks. See, I don't know about that. I might be. Who knows? Who knows? And I think he meant it, actually. But he said, you'd be proud, you know, in the cab they built like the place for them to sleep and stay. He said, some of those things are so beautiful. But he said, every year for 50 years it got better. And if we had to go to electric, we would go back more than 50. We'd go back to 60 years. It would be worse than the truck from 50 years ago. Doesn't work. So what you say is it doesn't work. But they want to force it down your throat. Look at the case of Los Angeles and California. They have brownouts and blackouts all the time, and they want to go all electric. They don't have enough electric for themselves. They want to go all electric with one of the worst governors. And by the way, she, as the Attorney General, helped destroy the state of California, and she destroyed probably, that's Harris. She destroyed probably the best, maybe the best city in the world. I mean, San Francisco was one of the greatest cities. A friend of mine, Bob Tisch, used to say that's the best city that he's ever been. He was in many cities, the great Bob Tisch. And he said San Francisco was the best city in the United States. And now it's horrible. You know, I own property there, and it's very costly every time I do this. But I don't care because this is a much higher calling. I hurt the value of my property tremendously when I say this, but it's almost unlivable now with the crime and all of the things that are happening. And the only thing I would disagree with you on is that the economy is very important. I actually think that the biggest thing is the border because the border is destroying our country. It's really destroying. I think the economy is bad. But I think and it's made really bad by the horrible inflation that was caused. The inflation is really the biggest problem. But I really believe that even the inflation, and that's a country destroyer, it's a country buster, they call it, inflation. But I really think that the biggest problem this country has is what they've allowed to happen to us on the border. They've allowed our country to be destroyed. They're allowing thousands of murderers and drug dealers and terrorists and people from mental institutions. They're emptying out their jails into our country. They're emptying out their jails. And by the way, their crime rates all over the world are going down. They have many people now coming from the Congo in Africa. It's not just, you think about South America, they're emptying out their jails in the Congo. And they're delivering them to the border, and they're saying, congratulations, here's America. And we have 21 million people at least over the last little while. And if they got in, they're going to have open borders 100%, just like they tried to trick everybody. They said they tried to tighten it up a little bit just to make, because they have an election coming up. It didn't work much, but they forgot to tell you that they continue to fly big, beautiful Boeing jets right over the border with hundreds of thousands of illegal migrants landing in the Midwest and other places. They forgot to stop those planes coming in. They thought they were going to put a little bit of a show on the border and they could show something. They didn't do it. I think it's the single biggest problem because our country is loaded up right now with murderers and with people and seriously ill people from mental institutions, and those mental institutions are empty, and those jails are becoming empty, and countries are down 60, 70, and 80% in crime, and we're going through the roof with crime. When she said, no, the migrants don't commit crime. These migrants are, the criminals that they're allowing in are tougher than any criminal there is. The only good thing about it is they make our criminals look like nice people. These are ruthless, horrible people. I'd like to ask Max to say a few words because he gets it from the standpoint of where he was born. He grew up in a system, and I've seen him speak very beautifully on this subject of what's happening to our country. Max?
Well, thank you, Mr. President, for being here. Last time you asked me to talk, I took everybody else's time and you told me to shut up, so I'm going to make it very brief.
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to start by saying, drill, baby, drill, because that is your motto. I am extremely confident, without a doubt, that the first day that we elect Mr. Donald J. Trump, our next president, the first day in office, I guarantee you he'll solve half of the problems that we have. The most important, on November 5th, the election is not about you and us, it's about freedom and oppression, and this is the only man that I know that can handle that. This is the only man that has survived, for the grace of God, things that we can never imagine. And he gets up and he says, fight, fight, fight. I happen to be honored today. I am honored today by being surrounded by representatives of God on earth, and we have to pray. Yes. And I always would say, pray, 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 but fight, 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 because that's exactly what we need to do. Praying itself is not going to do it. We need to pray and fight. Now, talking about the economy, this is very simple. You made us energy independent in just a flick of a finger.
That's right.
You can do it again. Now here's the problem. We have people running our country who are totally economic illiterate. These people have never had a job. These people have never run a business. These people have never signed the front of a check. Mr. Donald Trump has done all of that, and he runs this country like a business, because after all, it's a business. You cannot keep printing money that you don't have to help people who hate you instead of taking care of your own neighbors here in America. That's why he will make America great again. And when he makes America great again, he will make the whole world great again. Because we need to be strong enough to take care of our problem, and then we can go and help the people who need help. So thank you, Mr. President. Talking about the American dream. A young boy came to this country at age 13, didn't even know the language, and one day he's sitting in a panel, hugging the best man, the President of the United States of America. Thank you very much from the bottom of my heart.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, and it's a misnomer that Latinos want open borders. We want a secure border like all Americans. And we know what it leads to. Eduardo, who is the producer of Sound of Freedom, he has so much firsthand experience. So Eduardo, why don't you tell us about the movie and what we're facing with the immigration that the president's talking about?
Well, first of all, thank you so much, President, for your time. My name is Eduardo Verástegui, and I am very grateful to this nation for opening the door to my dreams. This nation has been such an amazing blessing in my life. God bless America. God bless Mexico, and God bless Hispanic America. And let's make America and Mexico and Hispanic America great again. Together, pro-life again, healthy again, and free again. I met these heroes 10 years ago in Los Angeles, California. Ex-Navy SEALs, ex-CIA agents, and they travel around the world undercover rescuing children. And when they told me in details what they do, in how they rescue these children, my eyes were open. And I said, I'm a filmmaker, I wanna make a movie about this, because the first step to eradicate child trafficking is to raise awareness. Because if you don't know that this problem exists, how you can fix it? So I made a promise to God that I will dedicate my entire life to end child trafficking. To end child trafficking. Because God's children are not for sale. Children are sacred. And I am very grateful with you, Mr. President, dear amigo, dear hermano, because of you hosting a private screening in your house, because of you endorsing Sound of Freedom. After that, Sound of Freedom became the #1 independent film in box office ever in history, produced by a Mexican producer. Thank you for that. Thank you for the incredible hard work you're doing. Thank you for putting the children first. And that's why it's so important, is for all the media, for all Mexican Americans, Hispanic Americans, to vote for President Trump. And I know we will win for the third time. For the third time. Yes. Yes. We will win for the third time. And that's a fact. It's not an opinion. It's a fact. Because it's true. Because it's true. Look what is happening right now. Look what is happening right now with these evil people. Obama, Hillary, Kamala, Joe Biden, Sleepy Joe, all this team. There's more than 300,000 children, over 300,000 children that they came through the border, they released them, and we don't know where they are. Kamala, where are the children? Kamala, where are the children? You know, these people, Kamala and Biden, they're the biggest human traffickers in the history. And everyone knows that. And that's why I'm here to give my 100% to support my dear friend, President Donald Trump. And again, we will win for the third time. God bless you. God bless you, Mr. President.
Really nice. Thank you.
We need to put you in the White House back again. In the beautiful White House. You're going to be in the beautiful White House again.
You bring up something that people don't talk about, the press doesn't talk about. I think if it were on the other side, it would be one of the great scandals in history. It's actually 325,000 children are missing, sex slaves, slaves, or dead.
Yes.
One of those four things, slaves, sex slaves, missing or dead. And think of what 325,000, you know, we say it's a number, blah, blah, blah. I was talking to a reporter before I said 325,000. Oh, what else is new? He's going like, let's go to the next question. I'm saying to myself, can you believe it? Wow. A bad sort of a reporter. I told him he is. But think of it almost like, you know, like, let's get on with the interview. Think of what 325,000, we have religious leaders up here. Think of what 325,000, how many times can you fill a nice big stadium like a Yankee Stadium with that 325,000? They're missing. I think many of them are dead. Most of them possibly are dead. It's so sad. Our country is so sad. And then you wake up to the news that we've given the entire Israeli game plan to the enemy. Who could imagine this? Who could imagine this? I would say Israel's not too happy about that, right? But with all of this together, add it up, and I'm just so glad I bring it up, and it doesn't register. Maybe it registered better the way you said it, because, you know, you're such passion, the way you said that. We are missing, during their regime, this stupid person that was the border czar. She was made the border czar. Now she said she wasn't. She was the border czar for 3.5 years, and now she said no. Whether she is or not, she was in charge of the border. That's loud and clear. She never once called the Border Patrol. The Border Patrol, by the way, 5 days ago endorsed me, which is something they're not even really supposed to do. And in endorsing me, they gave it a full-throated endorsement, but in endorsing me, they said how horrible she is. And it's not easy for them to say that. You know, this is the vice president of the country. They work for the country. They said the worst that they've ever seen. And you know, they're great people. They're people that want to do their job. It's easier not to do the job, probably. Just let the people walk right into our country. They want to do the job. They love the country. They're incredible people. I've gotten to know them very well. And they said not one time, the question was asked by the fake news, how many times did she call? Not one call was ever made to any of them by either Biden or Kamala. Not one call about the border. And I actually think it's the biggest thing. You know, we talk about the economy and we talk about inflation. Let's put them together. But there's something about that border that's just really, really evil. The drugs, the human trafficking, you know, it's not just people pouring through, it's the human trafficking, and they traffic in women mostly. It's mostly women, believe it or not, as much as we talk about the 325,000, but women still have the big edge. They traffic in women and children, and they do it at levels that, by the way, 4 years ago, it's always bad. If you do one person, it's bad. But this is 15 or 16 times the number. Nobody checks. Nobody does anything. You know how you check? You go and open the trunk of a car. That's how they put them mostly in trunks of cars. How would you like to be a woman, a little girl, a little boy, in the trunk of a car? That's how they find them. A lot of times they're dead because of the heat. They drive through. By the time they get to the destination, they open the trunk and they're dead. And this horrible, incompetent person has allowed this to happen, and never one time called anybody from the Border Patrol. They work for her, and they work for him, and then they complain about a bill. It's a phony deal. It's a scam. There's no bill. I never had a bill. All you have to do as president, wake him up and say, Joe, we need you to say, close the border. That's what I did.
That's right.
I just said, we're closing the border. He keeps talking about, they keep bringing up a phony bill. The bill was horrible. 2 million people are allowed in. It was a horrible bill, stupid bill, but has nothing to do. As president, you have it's called extreme power. You have extreme power. You can, just by the fact you say, close the border, and the border is closed. That's it. Very, very simple. You don't need all of this nonsense that they talk about. But the truth is, for some reason, and I can't figure it out, for some reason they want open borders. Nobody's been able to tell me why. I don't think they can tell you why. They just want open borders. So we have to win the election. I'm so glad you brought up, you said 300, but the number's actually 325. I'll give you a number that's really bad too. So the Border Patrol, because they've had it, they've never done this before, they released a list of criminals in our country. and they really are tremendously good if you let them do the job like I let them do the job. We have 13,099, exactly, 13,000 during their term. They tried to say, oh, this is over 40 years. No, this is during their 3.5 year that they've been there. 13,099 murderers. These are murderers. These are people that were in prison and they're murderers. Some are up for the death penalty, but some killed far more than one person. 13,099, it's the exact number. Every one of them has been released into the United States of America. Then you have the drug lords and the drug dealers. There are thousands of them. Then you have the traffickers, the human traffickers. These are people that largely were in jail, caught. Then you have the gang members. These are people that weren't in jail, but they ruled the cities. They ruled the cities, the gangs, they ruled them. You don't have them, Christian Durrell, for the most part. If you did, you'd do something about it very quickly. We're lucky. But these are gang members that are so violent. And you see it's happening in Aurora, in Colorado, where you have a governor who's a radical left governor who's petrified of the whole situation. And they have military-style weapons. They have weapons that are of military quality. Somebody said it might be a step up. It's called a Supreme, a military Supreme. They have weapons and they're taking over apartment complexes and everything. These gangs come from Venezuela largely. What's happening to our country is it's so crazy. Nobody would think it. I mean, you sit here and you're just amazed. As you speak, you get angrier and angrier because it's so simple and it's so obvious and everyone knows it's true and nobody does anything about it. All they think about is transgender operations. All they think about is we want men to play in women's sports. You know, I've never met a person, because I'm a sports guy, I've never met a person that came up to me and they say, we want men to play in women's sports. Somehow they're pushing it. Has anyone here ever met? I've been doing this a long time, and I've been talking about this for a while, because I'm ending it on day one. I'm ending it on day one. And we, despite a whole web of things, we wouldn't accept it. But we're going to just end it. But has anyone ever had anyone, I mean, you have all these great politicians up here. Carlos, has anyone come up to you and say, we insist on having men play in women's sports? I saw a volleyball match this weekend where a man who transitioned, this is the way, I'm very politically correct now because, you know, you lose in politics if you say slightly off. A man who transitioned into, congratulations, a woman, hit a ball. He was like 4 feet up in the air. He smashed a ball so hard that these young ladies that were all top players, they said, we've never seen anything. They hit her on the head. And, you know, people have been very badly hurt in that sport and in other sports. Swimming, the records, it's ridiculous. The records are being broken by numbers that nobody's even thought possible. The greatest is weightlifting. You see weightlifting records. Take a look at some of these records where a record that stood for 18 years and they'd put 1/8 of an ounce and 1/8 of an ounce and it said, and you know, these guys are walking in and breaking it. It's so sick that you actually say they hate our country. But think, has anybody approached you and say, we want to really fight hard so that men can play in women's sports? I don't think so. So there's a sickness going on in our country. We have to end the sickness. And we have to start, because she's a radical left. You know, she was one of the leaders, the one I'm running against. You're all running against somebody, but the one I'm running against, she was in favor of defund the police. She was one of the starters of defund. Now, once you have that ideology, even for a week or a day, you shouldn't be president. Because if you want defund the police, even for a day, you shouldn't be president. And she was one of the leaders. So,
Mr. President?
So I just want to leave it at that. Would anybody else like to say anything? Bob, would you like to say something?
Sure, Mr. President.
Go ahead.
Give a Latino a microphone. We'll
That's all right, in your case.
Mr. President, I can't believe your courage, your fight, and I know why you're doing this. You're not doing it for anything but because you love this country, you love us, and we love you. And there's a big day coming up, November 5th.
it's existential for this country. Yeah. And there's a day about 30 days later, 20 some days later, which is Thanksgiving. And I'm looking for the day where we can sit around the table and thank God that President Trump is the 47th President of the United States. They're going to bring this country back. There's a famous Cuban poet, Jose Marti, and he said, there are those who are born to love and build and others to hate and destroy. You're a builder, you're a uniter, you're courageous, you love, and you create. Years ago, Elian Gonzalez, his mother, Elizabeth, brought him to these shores at 6 years old. And, you know, for opportunity, for the land of opportunity. We've become the land of exploitation. They took him out. The family had fought to keep him in this country under pressure from Castro. They took him out. Our DOJ took him out, Janet Reno. You know, Mr. President, DOJ has not gotten much better since then, even under some Republican presidents. But, you know, to me, the three-letter agencies is the fourth branch of government. This warfare that's gone against you, and that's one of the ones that are taking this country away. But we had a day of protest. I was living in Florida at that time when Elian was taken, and they expected that Miami would burn, like other protests around the country by other groups. But nothing happened, and why is that? Because the Cuban community, the Colombian community, the Venezuelan community have built Miami, and they built this country where the working class. And when you build, you don't destroy. That's right. The other side of, you know, loving and building and creating is hating and destroying and dividing. And that's what's happened. We have become from the land of opportunity to the land of exploitation. And the exploiter in chief is Kamala Harris and this administration. Yes. Right. And I don't say that I say that as a Latino who's fed up. Basta ya con el abuso. Where enough abuse and enough exploitation. To talk about, because I was involved with Eduardo on The Sound of Freedom as the executive producer, and we stole it out of Disney, who had no faith in it. They were going to engavetarlo, they were going to put it away. But Angels lifted it up, and it became an incredible thing. And it lit a fire in me and our company to the awareness of child trafficking. Now, last year, and I know this because we were involved in anti-trafficking, on April 26, 2023, Tara Lee Rodas testified before Congress that the U.S. is the middleman in this trafficking. And I've been to Central America. Our kids are being bought for pennies on the dollar, and they're sold. We know where they are. You know, none of these sponsors that they're handed off to have been vetted. They know that they're being sold into slavery, into sex, into body parts, etc. And so we are the middleman. We're profiting off of this. And, you know, Mr. President, when you become president, we need to follow this money because it's dark money. You know, we're exploiting our children. But something happened after Tara Lee Rodas, just last year, testified there were 85,000 children missing. And Javier Becerra, who's head of HHS, and Alejandro Mayorkas, he went to his group and said, people, Henry Ford would be embarrassed by the lack of efficiency of bringing people in as commodities to be sold. We need to be more efficient. And guess what happened? The Inspector General of DHS, Department of Homeland Security, under Mayorkas, they did this investigation that this year, less than a year later, were 325,000 children missing. And like the President said, also millions of people trafficked and exploited. 70% are women, 25% are children. But we were so good. That's the only thing we've been good at. To tell you, this administration, the only thing they've been good at is growing the biggest industry in the world, which is human trafficking and drugs. That's the only thing that, and for exploitation, for power, for money. You know, if you go to watch Aladdin, it's a pretty cool theater play on Broadway. The genie says to Aladdin, never drink from the cup of money or power, you'll never be satisfied. But this is, you know, Kamala Harris was charged with looking for the root cause of trafficking and the border problem. The root cause, you know how she could find it? Look in the mirror. I mean, if O.J. Simpson was alive, he'd still be looking for the killer of his wife. But, you know, this is the root cause. The root cause is greed and power. And we have a president who loves us, cares for us. So, to me, that gives me great hope for the future of this country. That we have a president, a courageous president, who has God's hand on him, who turned his head at 6:11 in the afternoon on July 13th. God's hand is on this man because he's chosen to bring us back to greatness. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Dad.
Mr. President, the other issue for Latinos is our faith, and you are the champion of people of faith. And so we would like to end this, if you would allow us, with praying over you, if you would allow us. And I would like for Apostle Maldonado and for Pastor Ramiro, if you could start, and then Apostle, if you could finish, and we will pray for you.
Get together?
Yes, do you mind, sir?
No,
Okay.
not at all.
Let's all get together.
Thank you.
Into the mic. Thank you, sir. Let's all pray together. Heavenly Father, we humble ourselves before you, and we believe, Lord, that you are the answer for all the problems that we're facing. That we can put our hope in you through Jesus.
Yes, Lord.
And have hope again. Our faith can be built up again. That you can return to us the joy that is only from you. However, today, Lord, we lift up the man that we believe you've put your hand upon to help restore America and bring America back to the place that honors you. To a place where we will not be kicked out for saying Christ the King or Jesus is Lord. Lord, we want all faiths to be respected. All faiths. And we thank you that this is a man that does, in fact, respect all people of faith. So we ask, Lord, you would strengthen him, that you'd send your holy and warrior angels around him, like we've seen evidenced already. But you'd continue, Lord, because we know that the blood of Jesus draws us near you. So we ask for that covering over him, that he would continue to hear your voice, that you would continue to order his steps, and that he would help us to make America godly again. Amen. I pray these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Apostle? Let Apostle get in here.
As I was talking yesterday to in North Carolina, I mentioned to people the fact that this is not a war between the left and the right. This is a war between good and evil. So we can't combat that. We can't fight that in the natural. We need spiritual weapons to fight it. So prayer is one of them. And I believe President Trump is here because there's a purpose, there's a higher assignment for him to finish with this nation. So we're going to pray. Prayer, the Bible says that let's pray for the will of God to come. Meaning, what's the will of God? The Bible says God sets up kings. He removes kings. We're going to pray for the will of God for him to be the next 47th president. Do you believe that? I want you to stretch your hands toward him. In the Old Testament, the prophets anointed the kings to become kings. So today we're going to do what the Bible says. We're going to bring the will of God, and we're going to pray for the president, for President Trump to be the next president. So I want you to stretch your hand, and I want you to pray whatever you want to pray, out loud, but let's pray with all the heart. Father, we thank you. We come to you, and we lift up President Trump. Father, you protected him. You guarded him with a purpose for this time, such a time as this. And we pray today, Father, as an apostle in this country, as a man of God in this country, I pray for the kingdom of God to come, for the will of God to come, and for you to establish your will upon his life. And Father, we anointed him today. We anointed him to be the next 47th president of the United States, to restore the biblical values. Father, and I thank you today. You protected him. No weapon formed against him shall prosper. And he will go to the White House, Father, to represent you and to do your will in your assignment. I pray today that your will be done, and we'll be celebrating that you have put him as the next president. We give you the praise for your protection, and we pray for his family. We pray for every member of his family. You protected him, God, and to you be the glory. And today we can declare freely, Father, freely, Jesus is Lord over his life. In Jesus' name, amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, God bless you guys. I mean, this is just inspirational. I mean, you don't have to believe any of this stuff, but this is inspirational to see a man that people love just based off of performance, based off of what he has done. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. You guys are the best. Do you want to keep going, or you want us to end the live show? Let me know. Let me know. Do you want to keep going, or you want to end the live show? Matter of fact, whatever you want to do, I'm down for it. All right, let's go. Somebody said keep going. That's all I need. All I need is one comment. I don't care about 20 comment. You know, some people say want to see 50 comment. Bro, one person is good for me. So one person said keep going. Okay, we're going to go to CNN, okay? Let's go see what CNN is saying about the polls. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. Let's get it.
With only 2 weeks left until Election Day, we're standing by for a Trump rally in the swing state of North Carolina and a Kamala Harris campaign rally in Michigan led by former President Obama and featuring the rapper Eminem. CNN's Elena Trina is standing by covering all the latest developments, including the Trump campaign. But first, let's go to CNN's Priscilla Alvarez in the battleground state of Wisconsin, where a Democratic event just wrapped up. Priscilla, there's breaking news on this new interview by the Vice President, Kamala Harris. What stood out to you?
Yeah, that's exactly right. And what stood out was the vice president's answer to what concessions, if any, she would give to codify Roe. Of course, this has come up on the campaign trail multiple times. But her answer was essentially that she wasn't going to delve into hypotheticals. Take a listen.
I don't think we should be making concessions when we're talking about a fundamental freedom to make decisions about your own body.
To Republicans like, for example, Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski, who would back something like this on a Democratic agenda if, in fact, Republicans control Congress, would you offer them an olive branch, or is that off the table? Is that not an option for you?
I'm not going to engage in hypotheticals because we can go on with a variety of scenarios.
Now, similarly, she said that she wouldn't engage in hypotheticals when she was asked whether she would pardon former President Donald Trump if she were elected in November. She was also asked about something that's come up with former President Barack Obama's remarks, whether sexism is what is factoring into some men not wanting to vote for the vice president. She wouldn't engage on that, instead keeping the focus on what she has said on the campaign trail about protecting fundamental freedoms. And on that front, Wolf, reproductive freedom is going to be featured prominently over the next several days, including later this week when the vice president is going to go to Texas, a bit of an unusual stop in the final weeks of the election, but where her campaign believes they can amplify the issue of abortion, going somewhere that they see as the epicenter of the Trump abortion ban. So that is going to be an event looking forward. But here in Wisconsin, former President Barack Obama appearing with Tim Walz as the campaign makes this transition now to getting out the vote. Of course, early voting starting here today, and the resounding message from both the former president and Tim Walz was for people to get out to vote. So that is going to be much of the focus over the next several days as they also underscore the stakes of the election. Wolf.
All right, Priscilla Alvarez reporting for us. Thank you very much. I want to check in now for the latest updates from the Trump campaign. CNN's Elena Treen is covering the former president for us. Elena, so what is Trump saying?
Well, Wolf, today Donald Trump kicked off his day today with a roundtable with Latino leaders. And he talked a lot about the economy, about immigration, about energy, all typical Trump speech, rhetoric. But then he also very much leaned into his attacks on Kamala Harris. He called her low IQ. He said that she isn't very intelligent and demeaned her in other ways. I want you to take a listen to what he said.
She's sleeping right now. She couldn't go on the trail. You think when you have 14 days left, you wouldn't be sleeping. Who the hell takes off? You have 14 days left. And she'll take a couple of more days off, too. You know why? She's lazy as hell. There's something wrong with her, too. She's slow, low IQ.
Now, Wolf, as Priscilla mentioned, Harris today has been doing some interviews and whatnot, but this is something Donald Trump is trying to seize on, as people have noted that he's been canceling his own events. Even today, he canceled a planned appearance with RFK Jr. and others, a virtual appearance, I should say. But I do want to add that this roundtable this morning was really crucial to what the Trump campaign is trying to do right now, which is target any sort of demographic that they think could help them, particularly on the margins. They recognize that this election is going to be incredibly close, and that's why they're trying to not only siphon voters away from the Harris campaign, but also try to turn out low propensity voters. And one key group is not only Latinos, but Latino men. That has been a core focus of them, and you really heard Donald Trump aggressively pursue them during that roundtable this morning.
All right, Elena Treen reporting for us. Elena, thank you very much. I want to break all of this down with our political experts who are standing by. And Eva McKen, let me start with you. Kamala Harris was asked in this new NBC News interview about what she would do if Trump were to declare an early victory in the election before all the votes are even counted. Listen to this. Listen to this.
We've got 2 weeks to go, and I'm very much grounded in the present in terms of the task at hand, and we will deal with election night and the days after as they come, and we have the resources and the expertise and the focus on that as well.
So you have teams ready to go? Is that what you're saying? Are you thinking about that as a possibility?
Of course. This is a person, Donald Trump, who tried to undo a free and fair election, who still denies the will of the people, who incited a violent mob to attack the United States Capitol, and 140 law enforcement officers were attacked. Some were killed. This is a serious matter.
And Eva, as you know, Trump earlier today cast doubts on the election results. Let's watch this. Watch this.
Let's see what happens, because it all doesn't matter, because, bad things happen. Some very, very bad things happened last time. But this time we don't have COVID. And it's going to be a lot harder for them to do bad things. So we're going to see. We have tremendous people. We have a lot of lawyers working. We have lawyers working, numbers of lawyers that nobody's ever seen before, because we're not going to play games.
Eva, as you know, that's a striking contrast to one the Harris campaign has been trying to play up, right?
It is. You know, her central argument is that the former president is unfit for the presidency, that he exhibits behavior that demeans the office. That is what she often says. And to me, this is an appeal not only to disaffected Republicans, because there are going to be Republicans for sure who don't agree with her on a whole host of policy matters. But the argument that they're making is that this election is not that. This is existential. This is about the future and health of our democracy. And it's an argument that they can also sell to the left as well, who disagree with her on a whole host of issues too. But, you know, when the former president makes these types of comments, it gives the vice president more fuel to really make this broader argument that she wants to make.
Scott Jennings is with us as well. Scott, how do you see it?
Well, I think, number one, he was articulating something that a lot of Republicans have wondered about since 2020, and that is, in the 2020 election, there were a lot of rules changes that changed the way people could vote. There was more voting by mail, et cetera, et cetera. Now you don't have that. He's absolutely right. And in fact, we're seeing fewer people vote early and by mail in some of the ways they did in 2020. So I think that's a true statement. Maybe more people will wind up voting on Election Day. So I think right now Republicans feel pretty good about where they stand at the end of the election. I think he feels like he's on a trajectory to win. I think people in the party feel like Republicans are turning out in places that they need to turn out. So right now, it's steady as she goes for the Trump campaign. I don't think they have to throw any Hail Marys here in the last 2 weeks to close it out.
Mandela Barnes is joining us as well. Mandela, how much does Kamala Harris have to focus on making the case against Trump versus laying out her own positions and her own agenda for voters?
Well, I'll just say first that Donald Trump has never really articulated much of anything, and everything he has been saying in these last few days has been a Hail Mary. But Kamala Harris has to do both. You have to make the appeal and still introduce yourself to the American public, as well as call out Trump's nonsense, who he has been as a president and who he vows to be if given a second opportunity in the highest office in the land. And I think she's doing both quite well. She's showing up everywhere, doing as much as I've ever seen in any presidential campaign. Is really quite stellar. But for her to be able to win over states like Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan, she is going to have to do both at the same time, which feels impossible, but she's done a pretty good job of it so far.
Eva, as you know, Harris was also asked about whether she would pardon Trump if he were convicted for more crimes. I want you to listen to this.
I'm not going to get into those hypotheticals. I'm focused on the next 14 days.
But do you believe, is there any part of you that subscribes to the argument that has been made in the past that a pardon could help bring America together, could help unify the country and move on?
Let me tell you what's going to help us move on. I get elected president of the United States.
So, Eva, how significant is that?
I think I would expect that type of answer from her. If you listen to the vice president closely, she's very precise in her language. She often says that she doesn't like to sort of be off the cuff or speculate because given her history as a prosecutor, she has a firm understanding that the words that she uttered could have dramatic and significant consequences. So I don't see her waxing poetic about an issue like that is so serious. That would require counsel with advisors, prayer, taking the temperature of the country in the moment. I mean, a lot would go into something that serious. And so I don't even know how appropriate it is to really answer that question at this stage when voters are just starting to vote and we are at least 2 weeks away from the election even being decided.
One of the schemes to undermine the election 4 years ago involved fake electors. That's people chosen, Trump supporters, before the election who were supposed to serve as real electors if Trump won, but he lost. And at the behest of the Trump campaign, these electors signed phony certificates falsely claiming that Trump won their states anyway, Arizona and Georgia and Pennsylvania and on and on. Trump then tried to use those fake certificates to stay in power by pressuring then Vice President Mike Pence to reject Biden's electors on January 6 in Congress and then to recognize the fake Republican ones. Republican Georgia State Senator Sean Still is one of those fake electors. He's running to keep his state Senate seat in Georgia. He was one of the 18 indicted last year in the Georgia election interference case, along with Donald Trump, charged after he filled out paperwork claiming falsely, illegitimately, that Trump carried Georgia in 2020. Still's opponent, Democrat Ashwin Ramaswamy, joins us now. Ashwin, thanks for joining us. So you worked on election security at CISA, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency. You did that for more than 3 years. Then you decided to run for office for the state Senate seat. Is there something that you experienced at CISA trying to protect cybersecurity that made you feel like running for office was the next step?
Yeah, so what I saw is after the 2020 election, Donald Trump fired the director of CISA, Chris Krebs. That's the moment when I realized that more important than just securing our elections are making sure that we have people in power who are going to do the right thing. And that's ultimately why I decided to run, because what I saw was a threat to democracy was greater from my own hometown in Johns Creek. Sean Still has been criminally indicted for trying to overturn the election results. And whereas we need folks who are going to focus on things like overturning our abortion ban, protecting children in schools. And I couldn't stand by and see my community represented by someone with such poor judgment, such poor character. Not only is he criminally indicted, he also lied about being a veteran. He's been attacking me based on my race. And I think it's very clear for our voters what the choice looks like and how we need people to focus on the future and on the issues that actually matter to our community.
In 2022, Sean Still beat the Democratic candidate, Josh Uden, by about 10,000 votes, even though it was well known at the time that Sean Still was under investigation for election interference. He hadn't been indicted, but people weren't unaware of the fact that there was some shady business going on with him. What makes you think that you can beat him in a way that the previous Democrat was not able to?
Honestly, because this election's about values. One is never too young to actually go and do the right thing. What we've been seeing in this district is a market shift. This district was a 48 Biden district in 2020. In 2022, Raphael Warnock won the seat by just 1 point in the runoffs. And Asian Americans in particular have gone from becoming the marginalized population in this area to now becoming the margin of victory. And for these folks, what they really care about is honesty, integrity in government. They care about ensuring we have reproductive health care and ensuring that students are safe in our schools. And those are the issues which I'm focusing on. And if you go to ashwinforgeorgia.com, you can learn more about why I'm fighting for those issues. And that's exactly what voters are seeing when they're seeing the contrast between me and my fake elector opponent.
All right, Ashwin Ramaswamy, thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
You're looking at live pictures out of Greensboro, North Carolina, where former President Trump is speaking at a campaign rally. Now, a win for Trump in North Carolina is it's as close to a must-win as it gets for his path to 270. And both campaigns tonight are focusing their efforts on turning out every single vote, not just there, but across the battlegrounds. And in Pennsylvania, who wins or loses may come down to this key group of voters. And Dana Bash is out front.
This is an app that you have that tells you where the homes of the Jewish Pennsylvania voters.
This leafy Philly suburb of Ballackinwood has a sizable Jewish population, one that usually votes big for Democrats. The Trump campaign is trying to chip away at that.
You are walking the streets, knocking on doors.
I'm in Pennsylvania till November 6th.
To get Donald Trump elected.
To get Donald Trump elected.
As a Democrat.
As a Democrat.
Not just any Democrat. Peter Deutsch is a former Democratic congressman from Florida.
And I think Donald Trump and the Republican Party have done things that the Democrats have not done. Being aggressive against the outrageous and almost insane level of anti-Semitism on college campuses.
The deep-pocketed Republican Jewish coalition has a data-driven strategy to find Jewish voters open to Donald Trump, like Claude Schoenberg, and make sure they vote.
I thought Donald Trump did magnificent things, right? Starting with moving the embassy to Jerusalem.
Only a block down the road at this exact moment, Jews for Kamala Harris gather in a sukkah, a structure used during the week-long Jewish festival of Sukkot.
And now it is time to knock doors.
The women, particularly Jewish women we're talking to,
abortion rights is number one, right up there with Israel.
The Jewish population in America is small, little more than 2%. In swing states likely to be decided on the margins, all demographics matter. And Pennsylvania is the battleground with the highest concentration of Jewish voters, about 300,000 according to data by Brandeis University.
The election is extremely close, and the Jewish vote is an essential part of a winning Democratic coalition.
Since the brutal October 7th terror attack in Israel and spike in anti-Semitism, many Jews in America feel unsettled. And the Republican Jewish coalition is spending an unprecedented $15 million this cycle with ads like this.
What about Kamala?
Busy defending the squad.
Ay vey. You know, Trump I never cared for, but at least he'll keep us safe.
You don't have to like Donald Trump, but Donald Trump will keep the Jewish community safe.
You don't have to like Donald Trump. That's quite a message.
Look, I think, that's the reality, right?
Haley Soifer with the Jewish Democratic Coalition calls that cynical and misleading.
He's emboldened and incited and aligned with and dined with anti-Semites. He also scapegoated the Jewish people.
She's referring to this.
If I don't win this election, and the Jewish people would really have a lot to do with that.
I don't think he was scapegoating. I think he said it a little differently than I would have said it.
Are you telling me right now that if Donald Trump loses, he will not blame the Jews?
I don't think it's going to be an issue because I think we're going to significantly increase the share of the Jewish vote.
Jewish Democrats are up with this ad.
But we do have a champion, a partner, and a defender of our community, our freedom, and our values in Kamala Harris.
Trying to sway voters like Jill and Harry Wilner.
If she was here right now and we were having a cup of coffee, I would say, so Kamala, what's going to be? Especially the anti-Semitism, it's scaring the heck out of me.
I am totally undecided.
Why are you so undecided?
I don't trust either candidate. I am very concerned, of course, Israel's number one on my list. He is a horrible individual. He doesn't shut up. Kamala, I'm not sure what she's going to do. I don't know what lever I'm going to pull when I go to the booth. I joke about it. I'm going to sign my own name. Or we're going to move to Greenland, one or the other.
Dan, it's just fascinating, all these different conversations that you had. When you actually look at the numbers and you look at a state like Pennsylvania, could the Jewish vote determine the election there?
It really could, Aaron. If you go back to the piece, I mentioned that there are about 300,000 Jewish voters believed to be in Pennsylvania. If you think about the margins, back in 2016, Donald Trump won by about 44,000. In 2020, Joe Biden won by about 82,000. So if you think about the Jewish vote in Pennsylvania, and knowing that it largely has gone for Democrats, historically, really for decades, not
Breaking news. Breaking news, Kamala Harris in a new interview tonight trying to make the case that Donald Trump doesn't care about the American people. So she sat down tonight with NBC. She did 2 interviews today. And this is obviously 2 weeks to the day before the election. The race is neck and neck according to the polls. And here is what she said.
We all deserve to have a president who is focused on solutions and not just fanning the flames of division and hate. It's part of why people are exhausted with Donald Trump and his approach, because it's all about himself and his personal grievances and not about the American people.
All right, everyone's back with me. So, Fred, that message, she's really pounding the table on that. Is that going to move the needle right now with base voters or with voters who may end up, deciding this election in those crucial states?
Well, I think so, because for 2 reasons. Number one, so many people, including the Trump folks, said that she was not doing enough interviews and people needed to hear from her. And so she's doing that. And so this format is great for that. But then secondly, she's making the case, I think, in a very cogent and calm and strong way that Donald Trump is a threat and that America needs to look forward. Listen, the American electorate is inherently a positive forward-thinking electorate, and I think she's tapping into that as opposed to the desire to be negative and to go back in time, which is what Donald Trump is selling.
Optimism. I mean, look, a country known for optimism. And Margaret, there's another exchange in the interview about where she's asked about her defense of Joe Biden after his debate in June, and why she stood by him, and were you honest with the American public about his state of mind, and if she was upfront with Americans about what she saw. Here's that exchange.
Can you say that you were honest with the American people about what you saw in those moments with President Biden as you were with him again and again, repeatedly in that time?
Of course. Joe Biden is an extremely accomplished, experienced, and capable in every way that anyone would want if they're president.
You never saw anything like what happened at the debate night behind closed doors with him?
It was a bad debate. People have bad debates. He is absolutely.
But that's the reason why you're here, and he's not running for the top of the ticket.
Well, you'd have to ask him if that's the only reason why.
What do you think?
I am running for president of the United States. Joe Biden is not.
Does she need a better answer than that?
That is a little confusing, actually, to me. I mean, I find it a little bit confusing that, people presume you're the vice president. Your hall is right down the office from your office is right down the hall from the Oval Office. You have lunch with the president once a week. Yeah, she could have a better answer for that.
Fred, do you agree?
I mean, I think she said what she said. She's the vice president. She's extremely loyal to him. And I think the point that she made is accurate, that he had a bad debate. People have bad debates. Obama had a bad debate in 2012. That didn't make him a bad president.
No. I mean, it did change the course of history, though. One way or the other, it did. Mark, Harris was also asked about Elon Musk going all in to help Trump win, right? We know we've got these $100 million. I don't think there'll be that many of them. Obviously, it's one a day. So $1 million a day to a registered voter in the battleground states. So here's what Harris had to say about Musk tonight.
Do you worry that it could be effective, his support for former President Trump in that key battleground?
Listen, I'm not about doing it gimmicks and all of that. I think that what we have to do and what I'm going to continue to do is to be out in communities.
Mark, do you think this is a gimmick? Do you think Elon's actually moving the needle?
Well, if it gets people to register to vote, I think it's encouraging people to participate in democracy. The one thing I do find hilarious is that when Mark Zuckerberg puts hundreds of millions of dollars into the 2020 election and into actual election offices, Democrats love it. But when there's a conservative or someone who's supporting conservatives, they hate it. I mean, it's a double standard. We've got the richest man in the world. They've got one of the top three, or probably the rest of the top five.
It's a complete false equivalency, though. I mean, what Elon is doing is paying people to register, and it's also a campaign finance violation. So he's actually got a legal suit on his bottom.
They were paying people to count
and you and I
votes.
both know. No. You and I both know billionaires on both sides are flushing huge amounts of money into C4 shadow operations in order to try to influence this election. So it is not like there's only one on one side and there's a zillion on the other. That is just not true.
All right. Fred, there was one other thing in that she did 2 interviews today, as I said. No rallies, no public events. You were celebrating her for doing interviews. But the reason I put the context around it, that she did the interviews and no rallies or public events, is because Trump has seized on that and talked about her schedule today. He just said this, Fred.
I was going to hit her really hard on the trail today, but now I don't have to because she's off. She's off. No, I can't get over it. Who the hell takes off? We have 14 days left, and she'll take a couple of more days off, too. You know why? She's lazy as hell, and she's got that reputation.
Fred?
So there are 2 things about this. First, it's good to see Donald Trump after all of the interviews he canceled last week. He doesn't want to talk about that, but I just want to remind America he canceled 60 Minutes and several other interviews. The second thing I want to say is shame on Donald Trump for continuing to peddle racist tropes by talking about a woman and a person of color using racist terms like she's lazy and she's not out here working. Listen. He complained that she wasn't doing interviews. She's doing that. He complained that she wasn't doing enough rallies. She did that. She was here in Atlanta all weekend long, going across the metropolitan area, going to church services, attending rallies. She's back again this week. The fact that she paused today to do 2 interviews and reach millions of Americans, I think is smart. And I appreciate the fact that she, unlike Donald Trump, didn't cancel them or stage an event at a closed McDonald's to try to get a little attention.
Racist tropes, Mark?
I mean, that's just the standard defense. If you ever attack her, you're racist, you're misogynist. It has nothing to do with that. We're 14 days away. She took the day off to prepare for 2 interviews, which she shouldn't have needed to do. You could have done a couple of rallies, have the reporters go out there on the campaign trail, interview you backstage. We did that 2016. We do it in 2020. I question it. She needs to be in the battleground states with 2 weeks to go, especially when she's performing 5 to 6% behind where Joe Biden was in 2020.
Well, we'll see. I mean, these polls, I mean, gosh, nobody seems to really know.
The former president's one-time chief of staff, retired 4-star Marine Corps General John Kelly, criticizing his former boss in 2 separate interviews just 14 days before the election. Here's what Kelly told the New York Times about what he says are Trump's positive comments about Adolf Hitler.
He commented more than once that, that Hitler did some good things too. And of course, if you know history, again, I think he's lacking in that. But if you know what Hitler was all about, it'd be pretty hard to make an argument that he did anything good.
Trump's communications director, Stephen Chung, who just weighed in on the Times interview, quoting him now, John Kelly has totally beclowned himself with these debunked stories he has fabricated because he failed to serve his president well while working as chief of staff and currently suffers from a debilitating case of Trump derangement syndrome. Chung goes on, quote, President Trump has always honored the service and sacrifice of all our military men and women, whereas Kamala Harris has completely disrespected the families of those who gave the ultimate sacrifice, including the Abbey Gate 13. In separate reporting by The Atlantic's Jeffrey Goldberg today, 2 sources say that then President Trump once privately said, quote, I need the kind of generals Hitler had. The Trump campaign has denied those allegations as well. Joined now by Senator Bernie Sanders, who sits on the Veterans Affairs Committee. Senator, first of all, just your response to this Atlantic article and what General Kelly is saying about the former president. Have you ever seen a situation where you have a highly respected Marine general, former chief of staff coming forward saying something like this, just like General Mark Milley did, former chairman of the Chiefs of Staff?
Right. Look, what you have, and I think it's important for Republicans and conservatives to understand this. It's not just John Kelly, his former chief of staff. It is Mike Pence, who was his vice president for 4 years, unprecedented, to saying Mike Pence is not going to vote for Donald Trump. It is Dick Cheney, one of the most conservative vice presidents in American history, and his daughter, Liz Cheney, not voting for Donald Trump. It is Mitt Romney, the 2012 Republican candidate for president, not voting for Donald Trump. Why is that? It's not only just policy issues. It is the fact that they understand by temperament and character. This man is unfit to be president of the United States. He is a pathological liar. For the first time in American history, he tried to prevent a peaceful transfer of power and fomented an insurrection to try to deny the election results of 2020. So before you even get into policies like climate change or minimum wage or housing or anything else, healthcare, I think it's just a no-brainer that Donald Trump should not be elected president of the United States.
General Kelly confirmed to the New York Times that Trump calls service members who were injured or killed, quote, suckers and losers, including applying those terms to Senator John McCain. You served with the late Senator McCain. Do you believe John Kelly?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I know John slightly, and I knew John McCain fairly well. And John and I disagreed about everything, but we were friends, actually. And I liked him very much, an honest, straightforward guy who obviously served his country heroically, was a prisoner of war, and deserves our deepest respect. And he is somebody who was disrespected by Trump, I suspect, because McCain cast the deciding vote to protect the Affordable Care Act. But I think in Trump, you have somebody who is power hungry, who has very, very strong authoritarian tendencies, who does not believe in democracy. And no matter what your views are, I don't care if you're a conservative, progressive, or whatever you may be, this is not a guy we should be supporting to be president of the United States.
What do you think Vice President Harris needs to do in this next, 14-day period. Reuters is reporting that the Harris campaign is in talks with the Joe Rogan podcast. I know you've gone on that podcast. You go and speak at a lot of places. I saw you recently on Fox. Do you think she should go on
I even
that?
did the Anderson Cooper show.
I know. You're even here. I appreciate it.
Look, I think it doesn't hurt. Trump is all over the place, and I think it doesn't hurt. Get out there, answer the questions. But I think also, and she's been making some progress in this area, I think she's got to be stronger on economic issues. It pains me very much as somebody who grew up in a working class family that lived paycheck to paycheck to see working class people supporting Donald Trump, who's going to work day and night, not for workers, but for the billionaire class. So recently, Kamala has said, for example, which is a good thing, that she wants to expand Medicare to cover home health care. I don't know, Anderson, if you study the issue. Disastrous. Yeah, elderly people, disabled people want to stay in their homes, forced into nursing homes because they can't pay for the home health care.
Right, the cost
she
is
wants to expand
astronomical.
Medicare to cover home. Astronomical. That's a big deal. She wants to cover vision and hearing. I would like her to cover dental as well. But it's a big, big deal that she's willing to do that. Just the other day, today, I think, she announced her support for raising the minimum wage to at least $15 an hour. I would go higher than that. But you got millions of workers in America today who are trying to get by on 10, 12, 13 bucks an hour. I don't care if you're in rural Wyoming or if you're in New York City. You can't make it on 12, 13 bucks an hour. We've got to raise the minimum wage. She wants 15, at least 15. It's a step forward.
Vice President Harris was campaigning yesterday with former Congressman Liz Cheney. Are you concerned at all that endorsements like the Cheneys intended to bring in moderate Republicans might alienate progressives?
I don't think so. We're talking about two different things. Liz Cheney and I disagree on every single thing. You name it, we disagree. The one area where we don't disagree is she happens to believe in American democracy and the rule of law. And that's why she has been so opposed to Donald Trump and supporting Kamala. And I respect that. She has taken enormous flack from the Republicans, her fellow Republicans. But what I think you're seeing now is many Republicans saying, you know what, I disagree with Kamala on the issues, but we cannot have somebody as vulgar as Donald Trump as president, somebody who lies all the time, somebody who does not believe in the foundations of American democracy. And I respect Republicans for having the courage to do that. Liz Cheney and I will argue about every issue in the world. I'm right and she's wrong. But that's called the democratic process, That's what we do. We don't try to deny election results. That's authoritarianism.
Senator Sanders, I appreciate your time.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. This is the thing with me, right? Everybody wants to talk about this person is not presidential. Okay? We don't like the way he talks. Blah blah blah. The fact are we had the lowest gas prices. We had the lowest mortgage rate. Okay? Abrams Accord, opportunity zones, HBCU funding. We didn't have Israel and Iran. We didn't have Ukraine and Russia. None of this stuff. This wasn't even a conversation. Okay? And if you're saying, well, he's not presidential, I don't like the way he talks. Actions speaks louder than words. Because words, emotions, and feelings will not pay your bills, but actions will pay your bills. Okay? Thank you for tuning in to the live show one more time. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. I am signing out. Instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. Never stop believing in yourself. Never stop believing in your dreams. Never stop believing in God. I love you guys, man. Thank you so much. I am signing out. Genesis is signing out. God bless you.